Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Jacob. We are doing Feedback Friday Art Edition today. How is everyone doing? Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome, everybody. Passa, Mickey, Long, Mudkip, Math. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Yeah, today, I'm not sure how long we're going to run today. Hello, Jay. Uh, I am incredibly exhausted today. So I don't know if I have like the stream energy today. Yeah, like our area just a few nights ago had like this crazy storm where there was like insane wind, hail. There was like tornadoes in Toronto kind of thing. Like it was wild. Trees all over the place fell down. Um, my street totally flooded over, but uh, the reason that is relevant is because my pets were all freaking out and I got very little sleep that night. And I'm still suffering from that today, apparently. So uh, I'm gonna get the map done today, though, for sure. And I'm working on another piece which we might look at today because it is relevant to it. I'm kind of curious to get a little bit of feedback on it. And in fact, um, so there is definitely stuff we can be working on for a while if I have kind of the energy to do that. But yeah, if I just kind of like turn into a zombie while painting, that could be why. So, hello, Kim. Um, yeah. So I like maybe 10 minutes ago, my like coffee started to kind of like spool me up. So hopefully, hopefully it's entertaining and interesting today. Um, Dave was this morning even being like, oh, maybe I could like, jump in. I have kind of thing I thought of that I want to get some feedback on. But I'm like, I don't know if I can like set that up right away. Um, so unfortunately, I think I'm not going to be doing that today. But that just means that he'll like be able to kind of like figure out exactly how he wants to discuss it with you for next week for sure. So that is a good thing. Um, yeah, it's just like we would need to set up audio and split screen and stuff like that, and being able to kind of like do that, a few minutes, well, like maybe an hour before the stream is actually kicking up. I was like, I could do this, but I should probably like, just get the stream I have planned set up how I need it to, because I'm gonna struggle today, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have a second coffee soon, I think. Nice. Yeah. Hello, Rose. So what we're working on today is going to be map stuff. So we're working on a new Halloween event. I feel like I can express that um, safely enough. I hope. Sorry, Debs, if I wasn't allowed to talk about that. But yeah, no, I mentioned to the group kind of like being able to kind of work on the event area uh, for the stream, and everyone seemed pretty excited about that. So I think it's pretty okay that I'm showing this. But yeah, effectively, it's going to be like a fun, cool location you go to for the event. Um, I know that a lot of the events we've been trying to kind of like tailor towards them being more global. But for like stuff like the Great Winter Hunt and the Super Brief Factory, the kind of like bigger ticket events, we can do more interesting stuff. I feel when we actually like bring it into a location as opposed to just kind of like, yeah, you're passively filling a progress bar and you're cashing that in for cool rewards, and it's exciting that that's happening, and you don't want to miss out on that. But I feel like yeah, there is a little more kind of meat that we can put on things, and interesting mechanics and gameplay when we kind of like put it in a quest of its own, an area of its own. It's easier to kind of like provide, the catches, and we don't have to kind of like have a bunch of stockpile locations where if you want to like get the event stuff and the mice, you have to like go to those anyways. Um, so we kind of figure, hey, if we make like the event interesting and good enough and rewarding, it's fine to ask people to travel away to those. Hello, Jonathan. So that's kind of the goal for this, and hopefully it's a fun event. But one of the things I really like about it is it's very strongly themed. There's lots of cool ideas behind kind of like the elements, and we'll go into a little bit of that today because we're going to be exploring the designs for it and trying to put that onto the map. So one of the things that we can start with is just kind of where we want to place it. Personally, I am actually a big fan of using the crashed comet zone to kind of like place events. When it comes to kind of like location markers, it's nice and central. It's easy for new players to discover, like if they're, like we do a lot of things now where, you load up the game and it has like a banner like, hey, this event's on right now, click here to go be a part of it. So it can be pretty hard to miss, which is good. But at the same time, it's just kind of like a good convenient spot, and a lot of people expect it to go there. Like there's kind of maybe like empty area here, but if you don't have stuff like the warpath unlocked, or like you haven't gotten past the lagoon, it kind of feels illogical to travel somewhere like that. Because there's like some good empty area like over here and stuff, but again, same kind of feeling. Like you kind of logically, if you're looking at the map and kind of thinking about traveling through it, it kind of feels like, no, you got to like get through claw shot to kind of like get to those areas. It feels less accessible than just kind of like, I've left the town and stepped through the kind of like quaint village and farmland to get to the festival grounds nearby. Like it feels like this is a nice kind of area that's easy for anybody to access. Whereas, you put it out here and it's like, okay, I guess you have to have the Huntington to go and do this. So just as a logical position, it feels appropriate here. It's central on the map as well. There's just kind of like, when it comes to kind of like the location markers, I think that the way we've positioned them, I'm trying to remember like where we actually like put pips and stuff, but it's kind of like, yeah, there is room here. So I'm thinking here is good, but I'm open to suggestions. If people like this could be an interesting spot here, maybe. Next to the meadow as well. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Like, it could be here. I don't know about here. Maybe. It feels a little busy here already. Like, I like maybe using empty spots. Technically, what would have been cool is almost like repurposing the bazaar. Maybe for like other events, once we've kind of like gone through some of the old areas and reworked them, that could be something that we like look at to tweak and maybe turn the bazaar into something, that maybe is, I don't know, just spitballing out here, not actually an idea we're working on, but like what if it was like some kind of like mini event that is on and off frequently. It's like not always active, but it is more regularly than like once a year. And it's just kind of like a fun little festival that returns every so and whatever. I'm not sure. Let's see. Empty space between the mountain and the mausoleum. Yeah. I think that's definitely a good candidate as well. It even feels like it's not too out of the way to get to. Like we could even create a little footpath here if we wanted to. Thematically, for what the area is, I kind of like it being in the woodlands, potentially. Oh, check my messages. Uh-oh. Hmm. All right. Interesting. That's actually rad. Okay, cool. Uh, so interesting. Okay. You know what? Totally missed this in the task, but uh, we actually have an intended area that I totally overlooked. I did not actually dig into the details of the task. I am a fool. Um, and so actually, we're looking at it up into this creepy forest. So that's really cool. I like that. That's actually perfect. Um, hmm. Hmm. Curious. I like it. All right. So thanks for letting me know, Dave and Norman. I should have been paying more attention. Oopsies. Cool. Okay, so that's resolved. Thanks, chat. Nice. All right. Bad at watching chat properly. Hmm. Yeah, this has been like waiting for something interesting for quite a while. So I like that. All right. Yeah, we could. Yeah, thanks, Dave. I noticed it popped out because his name is Blue. We should make sure to like mod Norman as well. Um, yeah, so that's actually interesting because what we could do if we need to, um, this actually has a clipping mask on it to cut out the backdrop. And if we decided that, oh, actually we want to expand this space to like have more area uh, to kind of like illustrate this cool area, um, we could actually kind of extend this, and it is not unwarranted. I mean, look how much empty space exists on the top versus on the bottom, and it is actually output with this much empty space because we got plans for doing stuff up here. It's just that the the story and where we've kind of like felt things connect together has actually kind of been you know digging around here. And I've been avoiding kind of extending the map further down because the way the system's set up currently is when we extend it, we actually have to mirror that expansion. So what happened was, I believe when we added claw shot stuff, or maybe the meteor here. I'm trying to remember when we actually expanded it. It was a while ago. But originally the map got up to the top of the dojo here, but then when we extended the bottom, it also extended the top, and we just haven't kind of like come back to working this part of the world. So this could be a great excuse to just like push this forest out a bit, and just like claim more territory, and then hide it away. Because like that's one of the ways that I do map building here, world building, where essentially like we kind of like draw more than what's needed, and then we can cut away, and then later when we come back, it's easily you know there to continue from. So that'll be good. Um, yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, cool. I like that. And then yeah, with the base map as a starting player, you should be able to see this. I believe the toxic spill might. No, that is baked in. Let's take a quick look though. So if I turn off all the toggleable stuff, the only thing in the area that changes is kind of like the rift elements. So if you don't have rift stuff unlocked, you wouldn't see this version here, right? So that is fine. We can extend this comfortably, making it a nice creepy forest. We already got like a bunch of kind of like dead trees because it's too close to the toxic spill. It's got that creepy, you know, nasty water pollution vibe, so that just feels appropriate for a Halloween kind of. You know, you gotta. Oh yeah, you gotta trudge through the toxic swamp to go to the Halloween event. Good times. The map doesn't expand anymore when you get map pieces. No, I don't believe that it does that anymore. Because the base map itself is this, right? This is like now what everyone gets as like they enter. It used to work on a system where effectively you had kind of like the here is the starting map, and then when you unlock map pieces, it actually drew it onto that. But what ended up happening is there was a lot of kind of like transparent images. They were pretty big. The layering system had lots and lots of kind of like parts that had to overlay and had to kind of like make sure they overlaid correctly. And then in the end, it was also a case of, well, it's actually ideal to, when you enter the game, to kind of like see what exists out there. Like when you enter the game, you only have access to like the meadow and the town and the windmill, and like you have the markers to go there, but then you can kind of like see all these cool looking areas that you don't have markers for. And so it kind of like, if it was just, you know, this tiny little region that you actually can travel to, I feel like, I don't know, you just might not know there's more out there. So I feel like that's kind of a good reason to show them all this stuff at the beginning. It's also just simpler for the systems to kind of just work this way. Less stuff breaks, and you know, like we've often had kind of like, oh, when we like do an image swap, we need to like break the cache so that people actually load the correct version. If there was several different parts, I don't know, it just seems like extra things to go wrong. And then on top of that, when it comes to doing cool things like, let's say, for the Great Winter Hunt, I liked kind of going around and throwing snow on top of everything and just kind of making it this global feeling event. That would no longer work. I would also need to kind of like make sure that each part is output when and where it needs to be, and updated how it needs to be. It's just too much to kind of like with not useful benefits. So that's why we've kind of like gone the route of just like, it's a flat map everywhere, and then as you kind of unlock specialty things, or like zones change, like the unlocking and locking, that kind of, you know, it's cool that that can change. On mobile, however, it just is always on. Everything is kind of like at some kind of state, and that's just easier. That system is kind of like, you know, very demanding. If you have all these layering PNGs, it takes up a lot of data that, you know, we're trying to keep the mobile app as small as possible, and the map is very high res. Like this is a decent file, you know, in terms of kind of like how large it is. It's not crazy, but it's big enough that, you know, we don't want people to have to download this on their data, and, you know, when they actually download the app, making it smaller is just better. So, anywho, map ramble over. Let's actually take a look at, we're in the Halloween 2021. We're in the sketch layer. How do we want to go about this? So what I think I'll do is I'll hide the cutout of the base map, right? So we can kind of just see all that not cut out stuff. It used to have like, you know, like over here, I overpainted the rocks and trees and stuff like that, so that when I uncut things from the mask, I could work off that easier. Here, I just kind of drew the forest up to the point that it needed to be. So I should probably go into the base map and is this one here, do a kind of like extend this out here on this kind of layer so that other things like the events can work on top of that and modify on top of that. And then this is a folder that actually has the clipping mask. So anything that's done in there can be modified and clipped within it. So I guess what I could do though is start off with just kind of sketching out. Let's see. Sketching out kind of like what I want to do with this area. Oh yeah, I'm in Photoshop today. Been doing a lot of Clip Studio, so my hotkeys I'm used to, and now I just like hit some hotkeys and I'm like, oh great, Photoshop can't do that hotkey. So gotta remember to do that. So okie dokie, let's see. I'm thinking we could just kind of like sketch out how we want this forest to kind of expand out. You know, we have kind of like the coastline here. I'm not sure. I imagine it probably wraps this way, but we don't know yet, I suppose. Maybe it kind of like breaks off like that. One thing you might notice is I have kind of grid lines going, and this just kind of helps keep perspective in mind, because this is an orthographic view in that there isn't actually like perspective from a point of view. Everything should share the same kind of like angle, and not kind of like, you know, taper off into a perspective. Although where I render things, I do kind of create that taper. It's just that like there is no one vanishing point for everything to share. So having the grid just kind of helps me kind of make sure like, oh, if I did a square, this is, you know, the dimension that it would need to have. It would need to be kind of squashed down this much, right? So the grid helps with that. So when I'm doing kind of like the coastline, if we were to like look at it directly top down, you know, we could kind of like see it like that. But then if we want to put it into the orthographic perspective, we would, you know, crush it down like that much, right? So that's something to kind of keep in mind, or that I'm trying to keep in mind. I keep hitting the like color swap button. What I need to do is set this button to be a different hotkey to match what I'm used to now. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Good to know. More details that I totally did not actually have going into this, which I totally should have looked through the task properly. Oops. Right? What a fool. I even like gave myself time to prepare, but I didn't actually go into that task. Oops. All right, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to change that hotkey. Where did I do it? Keyboard and shortcuts. Sounds about right. All right, so tools, I think is where it would be. Maybe not. Trying to find the like color swap, color replacement now. Because I've already hit it like 5 times and started drawing with the wrong color. So I don't want that to keep happening. I switch foreground and background colors. That's what it was. So Clip Studio, I've now changed that to be, that's an invalid shortcut, that's why. Okay, cool. Thanks, Photoshop. I'll just switch it back to what it used to be, so I can at least do that when I want to, instead of by accident. Now the button that I expect to do that, yeah. Anyways, rambling. Cool, okay, so, sketching out some location stuff. Oh boy, it's very warm. So I'm thinking could have kind of like a, like I don't want it to line up perfectly with the telescope, because that kind of like creates this weird element of when you are looking at this wholesale, you kind of like your eye is following this, and it just kind of like looks like it's, I don't know, pointing too directly at it. Like, so if this location is right here, it's just like perfectly in this kind of like, you know, vision cone, which just feels kind of weird. So I think I might sink it into the existing forest enough that it kind of like, yeah, sure, it can clip it here, and it like feels like it's kind of drawing the eye to it, which is totally cool, fine. I just don't want it to line up so perfectly that it feels intentional. That's the thing about it. So I'm thinking can kind of like create this almost like these creepy angles of just tree line, right? And I don't want to go too far out with how much I extend the map, because again, this is like for an event, so it does close off, it goes away, but it'd be kind of cool if we like, you know, create a space for it, kind of like how, you know, the crater is now much more Great Winter Hunt. You know, the comet returning every year, and this is like the Birthday Factory, that popping up every year. You know, like Big Jack, kind of, you know, she exists in this area, right? You don't go to the crater for Big Jack, stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense that it can have its own kind of like space that it lives in. It feels like it is a little bit kind of like, oh, maybe I need to like complete the mountains and lab to kind of get to it, but I'm not too worried about that element. It just thematically feels like it's a pretty good area for Halloween in general. So now when it comes to where the map clips, I'm wondering how we want to adjust that. If we want to kind of like take over, like extend this up here and like reveal, you know, all of this back here, or would it make more sense to just kind of like extend, you know, something like that and just kind of add on, you know, some kind of thing here. So is it weird that there's just this kind of like gap here? I mean, we have gaps in the map, and that's fine. You know, eventually we're going to kind of plop in the area that we want here, that kind of thing, right? And like this could be a similar idea. We kind of add in that chunk later. Because I suppose if I did the whole like, oh, okay, let's like just kind of expand the map like this and just kind of fill in this whole area, I kind of have to, you know, set up whatever is here. Now right now I think that that would be just kind of like nice kind of simple empty space, you know, kind of like just this grass, maybe some more trees. That might not be a bad thing, just because there's a lot happening with the lab. It's very, you know, high detail, lot of stuff to kind of like absorb. So I would want this to be nice and quiet and calm in terms of kind of detail. Because if it's too busy, it's hard to look at. It doesn't read well. So either we kind of like figure out what's going on with all of this, or we just kind of figure out what's going on over here. This would be quicker to do and leave more kind of like open potential for over here. Not that it wouldn't be difficult to kind of like, oh yeah, we actually wanted to put like, something here, and then just add that later. That's not impossible to do at all. But yeah, just kind of trying to figure out what we want to do today. So we're heading north, wink wink, towards the place where the iceberg came from, wink wink. No particular reason related to future areas, aggressively wink wink. I wouldn't say anything, but I mean like that trail just, who knows where that is actually coming from, like, oops. No idea. No ideas. None whatsoever. Yeah, so let's just kind of step back. So if we add this kind of little section, just kind of like take a look. Every time we get less and less. There used to actually be like this kind of like mouse kind of face going on here, which is kind of interesting. Well, it wasn't quite that, but I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards like maybe we should just extend this here, right? Just kind of figure that out. And then it's like really like clearly like, guys, we just really need to do something with this. Just finally we have kind of like, a more complete map. It would be nice. I don't know. What do we think? Yeah, the White Walker mice are north of the wall. Yeah, Gap looks cooler, but if you're going to make it a grass field, you might as well draw it in. Yeah, like, the thing is, I don't know. Like, maybe we will want to do something with this, but, like, at the same time, if we're putting something here, it's so close to these components that it's just kind of like there's like 2 locations that you can click on. There's like 4 locations that you can like click on here. So it's just like it's already, the pips and stuff are just kind of like battling for space there anyways. So even if we wanted to put something like around here, I would want to push it up here anyways. And then also, again, same thing, I would want there to be like calmer visuals here. I wouldn't want it to be too noisy. So I would push this nice and far up, whatever goes here, right? So this just going to be empty space for the most part. Is it grasslands? Is it forest? Is it like a little babbling brook? I don't know. We can figure that out. Maybe there's like a bit of frost creeping in from up here. That could be cool. Not sure. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm leaning towards the let's just kind of bring the map to a more kind of complete state. So what we could do is maybe something like this, right? Yeah. I mean, that's another way, Snowy, to kind of like use a fog of war almost. That would be like if I remade, or if I kind of like started from scratch nowadays. That's maybe how I would have wanted to do the map itself, where it's kind of like the whole thing was revealed, and then it's just kind of like this thick fog that gets pulled away as stuff is revealed. it kind of is the same thing in the end, but this is more, I guess, a representation of a physical map that has like rips and tears, and you glue it or you tape it back together, and it becomes this kind of like magical. You can actually like look at it as almost this real living kind of map. So I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't do the fog of war. Maybe I would do it this way again. It's not a bad way to do it. I think it's unique and fun. So I'm just trying to decide what kind of shape this this should have, because this silhouette will actually kind of like draw your eye in specific ways, and I want to kind of account for that, especially with the way this kind of like telescope works. That kind of like, I really liked it cutting out of the map, but I think we're getting to a stage where it's like, nope, it's just going to be a part of the map now. But I still want to kind of like respect that interesting design decision. So I'm thinking is this kind of like points out like that. I could maybe claim a little bit of space like this. Give me a nice amount of room to kind of like have fun with the Halloween kind of zone. Yeah, because I want to do enough detail that it's like really interesting to look at. Honestly, like I don't think an area should be much smaller than at least kind of like 4 of these squares. So to do that nicely, it would take that kind of room anyway. So I think it's good to kind of push it up at least that much, right? So that's good. Might shift it over like half a square, like this, just so that it's not directly in the line of the that telescope. Cool. Okay, feeling like that. It's probably good. I'm trying to think of like how big is the birthday area. I feel like that's actually one of the smaller kind of visual zones. Let's see. Birthday. There you are. No, that's still kind of like, if you were to do a grid of 4 and then, move this over, that looks, yeah, that's still a good size. Okay, cool. It's just the actual like sunken version of it looks quite a bit smaller. But that's okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I think that's a good size for it then. Anything more to add on to the queso area? I don't believe we're doing anything right now, no. I feel like that's a fairly complete adventure. I think that, like there is stuff that we could maybe kind of like add to these regions later if we want to use those kind of themes. Like it still has access to this kind of like, this is kind of like maybe like cliffside with, dry grass and sand and kind of like, it's near this queso cano. So there's that. This is like, rocky and maybe a lot of kind of like mist and clouds and that kind of feeling. This is kind of like, desert, but like a different desert than over here. And then, yeah, this is just a whole bunch of things it could be, right? Clearly have some forest here. We have more kind of rocks. And what causes this transition from desert to kind of grass or forest, right? Usually what happens is some kind of mountain line to kind of like block moisture from kind of going from the ocean, hits the mountains, kind of, rains on this side of the mountain, and then, the moisture doesn't get over to the desert side, and that's why it's a lot drier, and that's why I have these kinds of rock walls and desert on the other side. It's not consistent necessarily, like over here it's very desert and dry, but it's like right along the kind of ocean front. But I also kind of purposefully chose this kind of slope from the cliff, like it goes up and slopes down, right? So basically, any of the rain would have kind of trickled down here, and so this is more grassy and growing stuff, whereas up here it's dried. And so cartography, hopefully this is what you were interested in seeing, because that's what we're doing today. Anywho, these are things that I think about when working on the map. I know I'm manually erasing all this. I could just start fresh, but there we go. That's kind of what I think about when working on kind of adding to the map. But yeah, boy oh boy, there is a lot of potential that still exists without having to expand the map image any further. And we will go into these areas for sure. We have things we want to do, so that will be fun. But why we're here? Let me actually look at the chat since I haven't been. Q world confirmed. Yeah. Yeah, might as well draw it in if it's just going to be kind of like fields and grass and trees and stuff. Or it could be fog, yeah, could be. Fusion of martial arts and science area between the two. That could be interesting. Hello, Roxanne. First live feedback. Welcome, Nigel. Glad you could make it, and I hope you enjoy your time. Feel free to just, ask questions, and I'll try to answer things. I'm not as good as Dave when it comes to kind of like dialoguing with the chat itself. I tend to kind of like, see one comment and then run off with it and not pay attention to anyone else. So my apologies if that's what I do. But I do try to engage and get that kind of feedback from people. It is a good time. We love to do the Feedback Friday because connecting with you all is just amazing, and I think that it's probably one of the best things about the project is getting to kind of like include you all as a part of it. Yeah, right. Yeah, the rift stuff can be turned on and off. But that's just for the browser version. As I mentioned, the mobile, we really need to kind of like, in every area that it can be done, just kind of reduce the file density. So with it not having these on and off layers, we were able to put it out as a different file type, which is significantly more compact and efficient, because we don't need the transparency of overlaying things on top of each other. So significantly smaller file size by doing it that way. I also have like the capability to kind of like strip unused data and like really kind of like output a much more efficient file. That's less required these days. Devices can hold a lot more. But that was definitely a mindset that we've had for a long time about it, just really trying to be as efficient with the space as possible. But now, mobile, we're trying to get high res where we can. And the map technically is now high res-ish. It's much bigger than it used to be, but still significantly, smaller file size than it could be, even with it being higher detail. Hello, Umli. Yeah, so the new area will be in the woods. So gap between Forum and the lab, you could put some kind of extra path in the area where the vent ends, and it will become footsteps/trace. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So gap between Forum and lab, so like right here, and I could kind of, let's turn that off for a second, kind of like have it do that. Like that might be a nice way to kind of connect these, because otherwise it's like, I guess, do we just kind of wade through the muck and hope we don't, get some horrible disease wading through all that? Of course, hunters go and hunt in this for fun, so I guess it's safe, depending on your rank, I suppose. But yeah, I think a little kind of like, and it might not need to be like fully connected very visibly the whole way. It could be kind of like maybe there is more forest here and more forest here, and you see this path disappearing into the forest, and then the forest just straight up eats it up, and maybe there's just like a little bit of it is implied here and there, so you kind of have like an idea that like, oh, okay, it's kind of veering to the right. Although when we turn on the rift stuff, I don't want it to compete for the detail, right? But yeah, so we could have this kind of idea that there is this kind of little trail leading to whatever is here. So that's an interesting suggestion, and I think it's a great idea, actually, and it would be really easy to just kind of like tack on a little trail that suddenly, oh hey, I didn't notice there was a trail here before, I guess that's always been there. Or maybe someone just kind of drove over it with a whole bunch of big heavy vehicles and laid down some dirt, and suddenly there's a new path, goes into a creepy forest. Awesome. War area like the fiery warpath between Feroma and the lab. Martial arts versus science. I do enjoy kind of like those kind of like interesting juxtapositions. I had a lot of fun way back with Zugzwang's Tower, and then of course like the floating islands is very much those just dynamics of kind of like some of the power types are purely physical, others are purely magical, and others are technological, and blends between them all is always quite interesting. Alright, so what I'm going to do is go to the base map, and we're going to bring the edge of this up. So what we do is we're working in the clipping mask layer, and I'm going to turn my sketch down a bit. I don't need it to be impossible to see through. So we're going to the clipping mask layer itself and just erasing the clipping mask away. Using a fully opaque brush to do this so that I don't have, by accident, a little bit of transparency coming through. And this is extending it a fair amount, so I am going to have to fill in this stuff with some kind of interesting, relevant details. So, oh yeah, actually, clipping masks in Photoshop works differently than Clip Studio. You actually paint with black and white. So when you paint with white, you're actually revealing where you want the mask to not hide stuff, and then when you paint with black, you're masking those areas. So just gotta keep that in mind. And also, I can do it this way. Can still paint and erase as well, and that's probably a little easier with how I have the hotkey set up, so I'll continue to do it that way. Shouldn't make a difference. Because effectively on a clipping mask layer, when you're erasing it, you're just painting in white. There's no transparency for this kind of layer. Alright, so I should just kind of reveal all this and then cut it away where I want. Because if we're going for this kind of like torn edge paper, it generally works effectively if you're kind of erasing into it. See how when you're erasing in, you can get these nice kind of crisp edges, whereas if you're painting it out, it's hard to kind of like get a nice kind of clean edge. So it's easier to overpaint and then erase away if you want to get crisp edges. And you can do a little back and forth between them, right? Over painted, over erased, and then back and forth just to get the result you're looking for. Yeah, that is how I used to do it, just pressing X to toggle between black and white. However, I've really gotten used to the way I've kind of bound all my hotkeys in Clip Studio. I have everything set to my right hand because I'm left-handed, and so X is way far away from where I rest my hand, so I had to change that hotkey. And in Clip Studio, I can make it the negative key, and that is totally fine. Clip Studio allows you to just use whatever keys you want for whatever hotkey you want. But Photoshop is like, no, tool hotkeys aren't allowed to be weird characters. They must be letters, only letters, for whatever reason. So I can't map them the same way at all, which is a little annoying. But like, some tools can be weird characters or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't know why it works that way. It's very weirdly limiting. It is what it is. All right, so now we have kind of our playground to work in. And what I'm going to do is go back to this sketch. And I don't need these kind of scribbles so much. Although I'll keep the path here is useful. Yeah, I'll keep that. But what I want to do now is just kind of figure out how I'm balancing all this area now. Let's see. Yeah, finally this part of the map will have something. It's not going to be a lot though. Like we are expanding it here, but it's going to be, more creepy forest up here. I'm going to turn the sketch up again. And make it a softer eraser. Oh, I got to check my chat. I got to be like aware of chat and not miss things in case I'm like missing important stuff. Actually, let me just double check the task to verify I have everything I need. And yeah, this specific thing was added to this task like 25 days ago. I'm so sorry for missing it. All right, cool. Cool. All right. Any sneak peek for this year's winter hunt? Nope. I do not have a sneak peek for that for you. Not yet. I'm sure if you make sure to tune into future Jacob streams, I will accidentally spoil things for you. So, if you want sneak peeks, it is the best time to find them, but currently not working on any kind of Great Winter Hunt stuff yet, at least art-wise. But there will be stuff in the future, of course, because it's a big event. We do love that event. Lots of cool potential for it. So we'll be doing stuff with it, just not today. Yeah. So I like that field or the path, and in fact I might make it like even more narrow. So it's like kind of like this more naturally formed hidden footpath, as opposed to kind of like this wider bridged version. This just kind of came from the scientists enjoying taking little picnics up in this kind of creepy woods. On their lunch breaks, they kind of come out of the front of the factory and I guess take a really long walk up here and out here. Or no, they probably cut through here. You know, getting some nice spray from this good toxic water here. Yeah, it's good times. Um, not that there's a lot of scientists that are actually like operating inside the lab. The mice have certainly done everything they can to drive them out. In fact, those scientists have escaped, which again, you know, mice ruined everything and they had to surface for protection. But I imagine at one point the scientists used to kind of like travel along here and ended up just kind of forming their own footpath to enjoy a nice kind of creepy forest lunch up here. So there we go. That's the narrative of why that footpath exists the way it does. Why wouldn't they like just kind of exit out a back area here? Well, they don't want to get zapped by these like giant capacitor electric fences, which I guess are, you know, turned off for coming out of the entrance. It's all perfectly logical, everyone. Don't worry about it. All right, so we have like a little set of trees out front. Why is my brush being really... Either it's too thick or not thick enough. I can't get some middle ground. I'm not sure if I want to kind of connect these forests now. They're very low quality, right? So if I do, it's an opportunity to kind of like bring up the quality of the design and just kind of improve that a little bit. Not that I want to like spend my time, you know, fixing up these bushes and stuff, right? It's not what we're here for today. So I want to make sure I'm keeping this kind of perspective in mind. So all the kind of like organic forest shapes, I just kind of want to still squash them down. And I mean, is this all woodlands? Is this all path? It's hard to say. I feel like because there's such dense thicket here, it would make sense to just kind of like have everything behind us be just like dense, thick forest. And if it's all kind of the same, you know, blend of trees and such, the like, you know, apparatus here will easily stand out on top of that, which is good. So I think that I will just make at least this some nice thick forest here. And the cool thing about forests is there could be stuff hidden there that we don't know about if we ever wanted to kind of like be like, oh, by the way, you know, like let's say the forest did extend back here. Perhaps. Like, oh, by the way, there was like an entire, you know, castle, a short castle that was buried in the trees. You just couldn't see it before. Right there or something like that, you know? I don't know. Wouldn't be too bad. Let's see. Maybe I extend this forest up like that. And just to make sure that it feels like it's keeping this kind of like low angle perspective, just kind of make sure to kind of squish shapes down. All right, that's the trail, isn't it? So we can have that peter off before it even reaches those antennae. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of this as like almost like a massive conservation area of woodland now. Like maybe we want to kind of like change up what kind of environment it is. Like these could be more, I don't know, like deciduous trees, whereas these are definitely more like kind of evergreen. Although the front line here, it's kind of like, no, either of these are like just dead trees or they are more deciduous. But as we go north, it makes sense to go into more evergreen trees. So, you know, we have pines and such, right? Not that I was too concerned about, you know, what kinds of trees I was drawing at different points. Like, these are all kind of, you know, they feel like pine trees, right? Whereas this is like, I don't know, some kind of big oak. It's so muddy looking, those colors. I really wish that, well, I think when we readdress this area, which hopefully is soon, I'll touch up this kind of tree to just make it less gray, give it more pop. Yeah. Put a lot of fog if you're lazy putting something in the blank space. It's not a bad idea, to be honest. This could be kind of like a bit of a valley, and there's just this kind of like mist that obscures what's going on there a bit. That's not a bad way to do that. And honestly, like, if it's this nice, thick, kind of creepy forest, just having this mist permeating throughout helps kind of like lower the noise and contrast, as well as makes it good and a little creepy. Now that said, another factor worth considering is, okay, so let's say we were expanding up into kind of like all up here and here, right? Are we expecting that you're doing this using the Huntington, in which case, you know, whatever this path is isn't a big deal? Or are we like expecting up here, actually you're traveling and using this path here, so we want it to kind of feel like it matches the tones. I don't know. It's probably not anything I actually have to think too heavily about at the moment, but it's nice to kind of like think ahead and prepare for that kind of stuff. So that's just another thought. Like, does this path need to be anything more specific than just kind of a cute little footpath that maybe it goes into a creepy forest? And like traveling through a creepy forest to get to, you know, like whatever. Good, bad, maybe neither. Don't know. Anyways, I don't think we need to overthink that. Yeah. Okay, so we have our event area here. The Deadwood Forest. It would make me want to kind of like, you know, blight several of these trees off, which might not be a bad thing. Yeah, I thought I did more of that with the kind of like catacombs, but I guess not. Boy, that's old. Look at this. This is actually drawn on like paper and scanned in, line work and stuff like that. Oh boy. Really like cool perspective on that. So old. Hey, look. In case you've never actually seen it, there's a statue. Someone sounding a horn right here. Stairwell into the depths. But yeah, there's another one there. Cool. Okay. Boy, I am warm. Kind of feels like the lab is squished down a bit. I drew this before I kind of established a grid, unfortunately. So a number of things don't match that perspective, but just enough that it's like acceptable. All right, rambling enough. Time to do art. So let's just grab the tree color here. And now another thing about this is I think I have to do this on a layer behind the base map. No, wait, that doesn't work. Because originally, the clipping mask is what cut the telescope out. Now, what I'll need to do is make a copy of it so that it can be on a layer on top and I can paint behind it without having to like carefully paint around. So if I copy that and paste it, right now it's on its own here. I'm going to turn off the sketch for now. Oh shoot, I copied it with the sketch on top of it, so it had like, oh, now I copied it with the grid on top of it too. Also not what I want. Right. I should just copy just this layer and not everything else. I was doing Shift Control C, which copies everything that's visible in the selection. So now it shouldn't have the grid. Okay, cool. But now what we can do is erase everything around this. And honestly, the best way to do this is actually using a clipping mask, just so that if I erase too far, I can bring it back nice and easy. So this should be placed directly on top of the base map, which already has this image. So even if I erase a little far in some spots, probably won't even notice. And it's all going to be flattened down in the end anyways, so it's fine. I probably don't even need to do this too carefully, but it should make painting the forest behind it easier. So I think it's still worth it. I didn't copy the antenna properly. Oops. Okay. Copy, paste, and can I merge that without? There we go. Add it in. Okay. It's supposed to be on the clipping mask. There we go. Now this, I do kind of need to get pretty close, because if we're doing the forest, you know, behind where the antenna is, I am going to want to make sure that the edge of the antenna looks good against the backdrop. Another thing that I'll need to consider is when the rift stuff is toggled on, is that going to have weird interactions? I don't think it is, because this is already a transparent image here. See, there's no like white painted around it or anything like that, so it should be totally fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Okay, cool. Saved myself the trouble on that already. Okay, so continue to erase around. I might need to redo some of the kind of magical glow if that's an area where we end up painting behind. Don't think we'll have to. It'd be over here. If anything, we need to like soften that edge there. But other than that, I think it's fine. I should turn off the sketches. Distracting. All right, cool. Wasn't quite sure what this little thing is here. This is going to need to be tweaked here too, so I'm going to erase where that is so I can paint behind it properly. kind of a weird little spot, which probably wouldn't even notice if I didn't do anything with it, but I know it's needing to be tweaked. So, which that'll be done maybe if I actually remember when working on that spot. Great. So get rid of all this. Cool. I think for the field here, I'll erase everything except the pillar, and then I can kind of redo that if I need to. I'm pretty sure I won't need to paint all the way down here, so I can probably just move on from this point. Not like tweaking the toxic spill at all. Cool, so we have the cutout for that. I think that should be just fine. Now if I turn the backdrop back on, can't really see anything having changed, right? Turning that layer on and off doesn't seem to do anything, but the moment I put a, let's see, like something behind here, you can see that, you know, it's nicely cut out for it, so I can paint behind it without having to, you know, be super cautious and, you know, paint right up to the edge of this, and it just makes it very difficult if I'm kind of dealing with that, because there's a lot of little edges and details to avoid. So let's go back to the sketch. I think we can actually start dropping in tree line stuff now. But yeah, we have to do it on the layer between these, and then once we're happy with it, we can merge it together. So that's fine. So we have kind of like more kind of happy green trees southwest. Drop that sketch down a lot. I don't want it influencing stuff too much. I'm actually going to make this a green layer here so it pops out. It's the layer I'm supposed to be kind of working on at the moment. Yeah, we can kind of like apparently I didn't extend that far enough south. Oops. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this tree line maybe kind of arcing up like this. Maybe it gets a bit thinner here. And like the tree types could change along the way. So I like the idea of it being kind of like, you know, a kind of more uniform, darker color, so that the that pops out on top nicely. So we might kind of like become more green and brighter trees, and less creepy and misty and gross, or whatever we want to do with that area. I like this being a nice, thick, dense forest, so that it's just kind of like a backdrop at that point. And as we go deeper in here, kind of like open into this kind of interesting location hidden within this kind of thick forest, right? Cool, 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 cool. Thanks, Photoshop. It has done that lovely thing where it jumps layers without me noticing, and I work on the wrong layer. So time to find that hotkey override. Ooh, that could be a way that I make it match the hotkeys in Clip Studio. Is I actually just use this hotkey override tool that I have made, and I use that. Okay, I'll have to set that up later. Can't believe I didn't think of that. All right, let's see. Where is that? Documents. I thought that's where I had it. Oh, wait. Hold on. Where did it go? Could have sworn it was. Art stuff? Ah, it was in my art stuff folder. Cool. Alright, so now Photoshop can't access the hotkey that like switches layers, so that's awesome, because that is the worst. Alright, sorry. Yeah, clipping masks are an interesting, very potent tool, but it is kind of like you're painting in what you're erasing, so it's kind of like a bit weird. Right? It's not the most intuitive tool, but like if you've ever worked with like masking medium in painting and stuff like that, you're actually like painting down onto a canvas where you want stuff to not go. Like if you're doing a watercolor and you like mask off an area, when you just kind of do a big stroke over that, it just resists it, and then you can kind of peel off that medium later if you need to. So it kind of works on that principle that it just kind of like it masks it off, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of weirdly the opposite of what it feels like it could be. Alright, so I want creepy trees in here, because it's a spooky, scary area. I'm like, again, I feel like catacombs and such should have creepy trees, but it doesn't. These are the main creepy trees going on, and they're mainly just dead because of the toxic grounds. So I like the mist that we could have going on too, and I want it to be like almost this kind of like cold fog, perhaps. So we might go kind of more frosty blue up at the top. That could be fun. Spoilers are the best. Yay. Yeah, actually, Paragon of Lawless is also one of my faves, so happy to have her up there. And it just also has a wild history for Feedback Friday. All right. It was like so nice and cool yesterday. I was like, I could wear a long sleeve today. That would be nice. What a fool. Alright, so if I go darker, it pops out the telescope even better. And I'll do this kind of like horizontally, almost creating like a gradient. Because I think that I want there to be smooth transitions of all the environmental kind of elements. So I'm going to go darker here. It's starting to kind of like lighten a bit and get richer color. Yeah, I don't know. Do we want Maybe more just kind of like grass up here between them. Maybe. I feel like we have enough kind of grassy patches. It would make sense to just have thick forest back here. And then again, like, I like this footpath idea, so I'd say let's just do that. Commit to it. Go for it. Alright, so footpath. Gonna do that, and then we'll have some nice shaded color here. So that just looks lovely and grand. Alright, just wanted to make sure that tree line looks like it's just consuming this path. No. The warned hunters who enter here, the forbidden forest, none return, or something, yada yada yada. Foreboding, danger ahead, don't get eaten by the residents of this creepy forest. Know your childhood riddles. That kind of goodness. Alright, cool. So if we go this kind of green, I kind of like that. I might push that into kind of more of the Feroma bits up here. And we just kind of forest this whole region, right? It used to kind of cut off back here. But I feel like it could all just be nice thick. And then we can always just kind of add that fog to obscure parts of it, which I think is a great idea. Thank you for that. Yeah, just suddenly it's like, oh, we discovered something in the thick forest, and so, hey, now we have it on our maps. It was always there, we just didn't know it was there, therefore the maps didn't reveal it. So I think what's going to happen is when the area is not Halloween mode, it'll still kind of like have this space with that kind of like, you know, potential of the whatever is there still kind of existing in its own way. Kind of like what we've done for the birthday, how that just kind of persists, but it's off. Like, it doesn't, it's not active. You can kind of see history of it existing. And like, for example, we did that with the Megazord 9000 or whatever, the like, that mouse from, what was it, the fifth birthday? This, you know, was an event in the past that we're never going to bring back in the same capacity, but we have history of it existing. So even if we like made this cool area and we only used it once, kind of like still having something that kind of like shows that it was ever there is kind of neat. Again, we've done that with, you know, the meteor, or the festival comet. That's what it's called, yeah. The festival comet continues to return, but if we ever decided to not have it return, we would still leave this crater here. Another, like, Carl's Cruise is another one that, like, we aren't doing Carl's Cruise anymore. We've put our foot down and punched a hole through his cruise to be like, yeah, we're done with the cruise. We're sinking his ship, but hey, historically, you can still see that that was a thing and it still exists. So that's a lot of fun. And I mean, even like the Huntingtons were destroyed various times and rebuilt bigger and better every time. So I enjoy having these little kind of historical markers, even though we would never use them again. It's fun. It's fun to show that. So I'm not so worried about, let's say that, you know, we absolutely were like, we have a totally different direction for the next Halloween. Bring on the like underground aliens bursting out of the, you know, bazaar. You know, still kind of have this cool looking something here. And then who knows, maybe we can turn it into something later if we absolutely needed to use that. But we got a lot of space, folks. We got a lot of space. So I would say things with words. That's what I would say. Oh. Hello? Hello, Scribble. Who are you? Okay, good. Who let you in, Scribble? You should not exist. Where did you come from? You're in the events. You're in the Halloween event. Okay, that's fine. I thought maybe I had accidentally scribbled onto the base map, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to, like, patch that up somehow. Is this live? I don't know. I haven't gone through every single section of the map every time I, like, do an update to it and made sure I didn't leave some kind of silly scribble. Although it's not a common practice for me to just jump around the map and, like, circle things like, yeah, you know. So less likely that happens on its own. Right, so I like the kind of, like, orange and browns and stuff for here. I feel like that's kind of the color vibe I want to go for. And the trees themselves, maybe they are kind of like, you know, dying off around it and are just more kind of like creepy silhouettes. Something like that. Perhaps. Perhaps. So, deal with that later. Just kind of wanted to think about how I want to represent that, but I like the kind of the potential of it being this kind of like muted down, dark and foggy kind of area. There's like dead trees and such, right? Interesting and creepy, as it should be. So what we'll do is maybe have... Ooh, actually, okay, I had an idea. This would be good. And you know what? I think it's time to spoil things. Not crazy spoilers, but I have been working on a piece, and I wanted to kind of like, I don't know, like I wanted to show it. You're gonna see elements of this in the map that I work on today, anyways, so it's okay. But who knows of Baba Gaga? Norman ... Because the element that is going to be on the map drawing today anyways, Norm, is a really cool part of that lore. Baba Yaga. Yeah, that's what I meant. Baba Yaga. Names. I'm bad at names. So she has, that's right, chicken-footed house. So that is an element that I wanted to kind of like have in here. Is I wanted to have her hut and have it just kind of like a lazy like hut with its like chicken feet just kind of like splayed out, just kind of like sitting on the ground, just like taking a breather, because it's like this walking house. And so, you know, if we have the event area that isn't active, it could just be like giant chicken footprints and like the hut isn't there. Like it just wandered off, you know, and who knows where it went. But, you know, like that's kind of a fun way to kind of like have it not exist, but have a hint of it, right? Like the whole silhouette of the factory under the ocean floor, it's like you can kind of see it. And so like these little chicken footprints in this kind of like, you know, carved out path in the forest could be a cool way to kind of be like, yeah, there's something there. And then when the event is on, it's like, oh, hey, the hut has showed up again. Welcome back, Chicken Foot Hut. So that's just kind of, you know, what I think would work well, and it could be fun. Yeah, so that's kind of like what I was going for and what I wanted to kind of like be like, all right, I want to. The chicken foot hut thing is like some of the best ridiculous lore that I've learned about um, for Baba Yaga, and it's just good fun. Okay, I think that's how I want to do that. Chocobo. There's a chocobo house running around in the forest. Oh no, bork. It's like it's got that fat chocobo song though, the like womp 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 womp, like tuba style. This big creaking hut. Yeah. So then I'm going to show the journal theme that I've been kind of having a fun time with, um, because I want to kind of like see if this works. Um, it's definitely a lot happening here, and as a journal theme, like they're pretty small. So I'm kind of like, is this okay? Does this read okay? I kind of been looking at it for long enough that I'm like, I don't know. And art team seems to like it, but I wanted to kind of like see what y'all think. So I kind of want to get this kind of like creepy forest feel to things, and then I had too much fun with the chicken legs, to be honest. So I had to do it. I had to do it. Yeah, I really want to create this on the map and then have it run away. So yeah, it's fun. Um, but yeah, I'm kind of like, does this read okay? I'm worried it doesn't. But I think with people's reactions, maybe it's not so bad. What journal theme surrounds my webcam? Currently, I am using the non-existent calm clearing journal theme. Um, Basically, I had this one in my back pocket to kind of be like, hey, we gotta like add gameplay to the calm clearing when we can, because I want to use this as one of the rewards for going back there and doing the new content that we eventually add in, because um, we've been doing a lot of kind of looking at the old portions of the game, and that's one of those areas where it's a sticking point for people. They don't know what to do. There isn't really much for them to kind of like use as like, this should be my goal, and how to actually do that goal. So I want to rework that area. We have some ideas. It's just not kind of like, we don't have the bandwidth at the moment to address that currently. But basically, this journal theme that I'm sitting within is that, for that purpose. So yeah. Anywho, I think we could use more journal themes, and I enjoyed working on this one, and I hope you all like it. And maybe I didn't need to worry so much about it because it's actually not so bad. Like, often with journal themes, I try to encompass the actual journal section in an object, and I was doing that with the hut, but like it didn't work. I couldn't make the feet and the mainly the roof work. It was just too cramped. I couldn't get any interesting detail. Like, one of the things to note is when you are playing, you don't see the bottom portion unless you scroll down to look at it, and you don't always even see these at the same time. So as a player, for the most part, you're only going to be seeing the top portion. So I need to make sure that that's interesting and that reads and is exciting and it feels like something. So I think I just barely got that to work at the end of the day yesterday. And then the bottom one, it's kind of its own independent thing. So, it's important to kind of like make this a fun little tale of its own. And I think that I'm pretty happy with that. I just wasn't sure if I did capture that or not. So, yeah. The king's cartographer finally mapped out the migratory path of the chicken house. It happens to coincide with the Halloween arrival. I love it. It's perfect. So yeah, spoilers. I had to spoil something. It's just now a thing, you know. I can't stream without spoiling something, apparently. Not that I think that should be a thing that happens, but I kind of it kind of happens sometimes. Um, oops, that one was intentional. So you're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to maybe just lay out more of this kind of like dark forest, and maybe we don't want to go that dark with it. I'm just kind of like figuring out what kind of tone to go in to kind of like make things read effectively. So if we look at this as like a grayscale, that's probably darker than it needs to be. I want the contrast to work so that the telescope pops, right? And I think that is certainly happening. But at the same time, it's like this big dark spot that's maybe way too much, right? So like if you look at the grayscale of things here, you can kind of see what parts of contrast are really drawing your eye, and suddenly if it's this dark with that bright, it is really kind of like draws your eye. It's very, very high contrast. So I do not need it or want it to be that high contrast. I think it would be better if it's kind of like maybe a little more neutral, more like that. Hopefully I grabbed a good color for that. I did. It's a fine color. And maybe even just kind of lightening it up. Overall a bit more anyways. And yeah, like maybe as it gets closer to that outcropping, what would you call this? This kind of empty field within the forest. I feel like there's got to be a name for something like this, where there's just kind of this clearing. It's a clearing, yeah. I don't want this to point too directly at the lens there. So maybe I'll just pull this back here and kind of like feather the edges of it a bit so that it doesn't have this like really kind of like, oh, this is just like a really weird, all the trees have been perfectly cleared around this ring of land. I want it to be more organic. Yeah, and I want to have enough room to kind of put the hut there. And yeah, honestly, chicken feet, you're the best. I'm excited to have it walk off after the event, to be honest. I think that'll be hilarious. Glade clearing. It's a nest. I mean, technically, maybe. Like, if this thing's just waddling around on chicken legs and then settling down for a season, is it laying other like hut houses? Does it have little like structural babies? I don't know. I'm terrified now. There's going to be an army of like houses marching down upon the kingdom. The mice have learned how to, tame the wild huts of the north, and they're using them as their war beasts. They could. Mice are very clever. Wouldn't put it past them. Now I'm doing this all on one layer. I'll probably definitely do multiple layers. Obviously, like if I'm doing this as the base layer, that's totally cool. That works perfectly, in fact, because then on the actual Halloween event layer that can get turned on and off, that's where I would have the actual state of the chicken hut is there, and there we go. A glade is usually with grass. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So, thinking what might work well is we could still have kind of like the darker forest here, right? And then to kind of lighten it up behind the actual kind of lab stuff, we could have that mist kind of creeping through there, and that kind of knocks it down, makes it a little more neutral. And by knocking it down, I would mean lightening it up, in fact. But like it would kind of remove some saturation. It would kind of like bring the value up. So like this here is the color of the shadow I was using for the kind of trees casting their shadows. You'll notice that like the lighting is very coming from the east. And so I'll want to kind of keep that in mind and use that information. But, you know, it's this kind of gray-blue color, and I actually think that would work well for like a mist kind of creeping through the forest and knocking things down in kind of like just value overall. So what I could do is do a oh boy, I should be using some of these texture brushes. I always forget about them. Some good texture brushes. I could use like, could have sworn I moved my cloud brushes up here. Guess not. Okay, there we go. So like these brushes have like pretty decent fog and cloud texture to them. I just need to find what ones would be good for this. It's not bad. I think cloud 1 is kind of like the billowiest. And doing this as a separate layer allows me to kind of erase away so I can do this cool thing where if I want like little trees poking through because they're like extra tall, that actually works pretty well. So let's see. Kind of like just have, you know, oh yeah, so these trees are at a higher altitude or something like that, so the fog doesn't kind of cover the tips of those or something like that. You know, there's maybe some nice big evergreens that are kind of like standing out of the fog and kind of. Is that good? Maybe. I think I would blend that a bit further. Kind of like make it hard to even see where that tree is poking out from. But yeah, like it's got this good creepy rolling fog that, you know, we could use to obscure details of stuff that maybe we want to add there later. Who knows? So that's not a bad way to do that. It can also kind of help imply what tree kind of types these are. If they're like pine trees, you know, those are pretty clearly these. You know, they don't have like big long branches with kind of bushy leaves on their ends. They have this kind of like tall, you know, thin spire with kind of, you know, shelving kind of branches coming off like this, right? It's kind of what I expect of them anyways, so that's how I draw them. But, you know, like you get like colder, more, you know, just colder climate, so the trees need to kind of like always be active. Otherwise, they may not be able to get enough energy, whereas further south, it's like, maybe it's warmer and sunnier, and you get these kind of bushier, kind of, you know, hardwood trees. Yeah. I don't know if I'm talking nonsense. Probably am. Yeah. Either way, it's got a good creepy forest vibe, so that's cool. And if we look at kind of the grayscale, boom, it like is kind of nicely knocked back. So that's fine. Yeah, the fog works. Yeah, I would say so. I think, yeah, we'll have some more deadwood trees through it too. I don't want it to be, only kind of pine trees and evergreens, just because, especially with like the other aesthetics that I was going for with like the journal theme, these are very clearly not evergreens, right? They're more kind of your kind of whatever other forest, deciduous trees, whatever. So yeah, I want these trees there. They're also creepier too, so they're like much better for a Halloween themed kind of thing. Like I also think of like fall and autumn, trees going bare with Halloween. So I like to kind of show that as well. So definitely have to mix in some of those trees as well. In which case that's not hard to do. In fact, I should probably again be using a clipping mask for erasing instead of actually directly erasing. That allows me to kind of like push and pull. So I can do like a dead tree here, or it's just seasonally lost its leaves. That does happen. See, now I can, like, I didn't like how far that branch went, so I'm going to bring it back. When you can use clipping masks, it is actually a great tool because you can kind of erase things and modify things without it being lossless. If you kind of like need to roll back, you do not lose what you've kind of erased, and it's easy to bring it back. Well, we have another 10, 12 minutes before 1 o'clock. So I am going to go longer today. We're going to do our lunch at 1, and we'll kind of, keep working on this. There's definitely plenty to do and figure out together. So we'll definitely be working on this for quite a few hours today, I imagine. So just a heads up that we will be doing our typical lunch that we would normally do. Past few art streams I've done, I kind of didn't always end up going that full length, and or just like taking a late lunch so I could try and finish things up. But I think for today, we're definitely going to want to, spend a good amount of time on this here. So I imagine it will be a pretty cool stream. If you're interested in this kind of design, there's definitely a lot more to do on it. So I hope you stick around. Yeah. I don't know if I want it to be like this thick of fog everywhere. Like I think it could be bands or waves of it almost. So I think for this, I'm actually going to use a soft eraser on the actual fog itself because it'll just be easier. So I like it kind of getting close to the edge of the the clearing. Is that what we would call this? Like rolling into there. But then maybe it kind of thins out in a couple of spots here. I just don't want it to be this like even field of fog. I just feel like that's less interesting. I think that is working though. Maybe make a little peak of the road in the middle of the woods. Yeah, so like the trail comes up here, and then, for example, you see kind of like a path kind of veer to the right, and then like later on, if we like end up kind of making something up here, actually it should probably be the shaded color. We could be like, oh, and also it goes here now, that kind of thing. Like that could be a neat way to kind of connect those. And then this kind of goes into more of this kind of muddy brown, so we might kind of bring more of that color into it and blend those two together, so you kind of get this impression that it's transforming between those two. And then of course we can just kind of cover over this. This is the fog layer, right? Probably didn't want to do that on the fog layer. It's not a big deal though. Boop, and bop. What was that? Oh, right. I thought I merged a layer with the hotkey, but I actually just turned on the ruler. Okay, so fog turned off for a second. Before we go on lunch, I'm going to try and get this kind of like overall area feel real quick. Let's just use like, actually, should we try some of these brushes out? It's probably a bad time to experiment with them. Grass blocker. There's some cool stuff in here. Brush builder. Oh yeah, okay. That's a neat one. Not quite what I need though. Evergreen branch might be good. No. Too detailed. Fern dents. Oh, this is just leaves. Most of these are just leaves. Foliage could be good though. So like leaves dents. Yeah, no, that's not. That's for actually doing branches. These are all really good. Little plant. Ah, little plant. Okay. No. Ooh, here we go. Is this what we want? Tree distant. See, this is actually a decent texture for like just kind of building up forest. Oh, hello. Have a tree. Pop. Oh. Hang on a minute. I believe a plumber is here. So give me a second. So I think we're just going to go on early lunch now. Just because we were going to go in 5 minutes anyways. It'd be easier to take the lunch now. So I will be back at 2 o'clock, and we can kind of continue where we were. So I'll have a link for Larry Link when we return, and we'll keep going with this. I might play around with some of these brushes though, because I've got some fun stuff here. Yeah, not bad timing. Yeah, we'll go on lunch. Easier that way. So I'll see you all in an hour then, and I'll put up a timer too. So until then. Hello, I am back. Welcome back, hello everybody. Alright, I'm going to quickly see if I can tweak my audio settings, because Alex is going to be on a call in the background, and right now it's just coming through the webcam, so it's probably going to pick up a lot. So let me just see if... Not that. Microphone. Okay. Ooh, sorry about that. Alright. Sorry about the loud noise. I think I'm coming through the headset now. So, turn that down a little bit. Sorry anyone who's kind of like had me in a tab in the background, suddenly just like, oh wow, that would be loud. Alright, so hopefully you can hear me okay. I probably sound different now. And I'll have to remember that I set it to the headset for when I stream next. Actually, maybe I should add a new mixer that is just the headset audio. That might be a good idea. Let's try that. Add audio input. Create new. Headset. Okay. Use Realtek audio. Okay. Oh, that's very loud. Sorry again. Alright, so then I switch this back to the webcam. So, yeah. Properties. Webcam. Okay. Cool. Now I should be able to like swap my audio sources on the fly. Oh, interesting. Is there any other cool 3D red/blue art in the game, like your dissonance dirigible trap skin? That's a good question. I've messed around with that stuff in the past before, but I'm trying to remember where I've used it. I think there's maybe some items that I did that with. I kind of did a little bit of that because it's like chromatic abrasion. We did that in the kind of like Sunken City area in a way. It's not quite the same, but yeah, like the Rift, Whisker Woods Rift had kind of some of that, a little bit. I don't know. It's where else did I do that? I messed around in it, but yeah. Yeah, it was fun. I used to, when I was a kid, like make magic eyes, so I used kind of like the ideas from that to kind of like make that work. But yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think the main area that I've used it is like for chromatic abrasion with the underwater stuff, because it's the same principle where you kind of like shift the different light waves to kind of like, you know, some of the longer and shorter wavelengths kind of like just bend through a medium. But yeah, for like the green, blue, or was it green, red? Yeah, it's red, blue. That's what I meant. The red, blue kind of lenses for 3D glasses. That's more kind of like, one color filter is taken from the perspective of your left eye, the other one's taken from the perspective of the right eye. That's why when you combine that information, your brain turns that into an actual depth image. Whereas I didn't actually use that technique specifically. I just kind of shifted the colors and might have modified the edges to kind of imply that there is some depth going on, but more so done through how much it shifted as opposed to like actually showing a different angle. Let's see. Okay, so I think the audio is set up for that. I gotta do that for Photoshop. There we go.
Alright, cool. So hopefully the audio level is okay. Um, I am actually going to be able to listen to music and stuff now that I have a headset on, so that might be nice. Let me actually kick up some tunes. Oh, right, I'm logged in with MouseHunt account. Gotta switch. There we go. Alright. I don't think this will come through on the stream. I'm not intending to anyways, because I don't have copyright-free music. But it might be nice to listen to something while I'm painting, because I usually do. Alright, let's see. I think we're about set up now. Did I change shirts? No, I think the lighting in the room has changed though. So I was wearing this long sleeve orange before. Hmm. Okay, so audio is a little quiet and can only hear me in the left channel. Interesting. Gonna go into the advanced properties. It does not seem to state that it's mono on one side, so I'm not sure how to change what channel it is. Let's see, settings, audio. Will this be the widest slash biggest event area ever drawn? Technically, no, because the Great Winter Hunt was global, like had snow piles, and actually Halloween did that too with the ghost ships. We had that kind of like hazy green field that just covered the whole map. Hmm. I don't see anything for setting the audio channels, so I don't know how to fix that. Oh, you know what? Actually, I am seeing the left channel is like picking up a lot, but the right channel isn't. Maybe? Is that what that means? Not critical. Your mic could be turned up a bit so the other sounds don't blast people. Alright, is this... I'm turning up the mic a bit. I don't want to turn it up a lot because I can get loud very suddenly. Is this good? Is the audio working? Are we good? Ish. Better? Okay. I probably won't be talking too much anyways. I tend to, after lunch, get like more into the zone and just focused on painting anyways, so we'll see. Sounds good. Okay, awesome. As long as it sounds good, we can mess with this later if it is an issue, but if it's working, that's good. Yay! Alright. Yeah, it might not be plugged in fully or something weird. Um, I've also dropped the headset many times, so there's a chance I've broken it. But yeah, no, this is the first time I've actually been listening to music while working. So, well, I mean, while streaming, I usually listen to stuff while working, so it might actually help. Yeah, I'm also talking quieter because I like Alex is also on an art call, so I don't want to kind of like get picked up on that, and you know, we're just both being inside voices, so we can both be on calls without kind of like being picked up on each other's, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So let's continue. So looking at what we got going on here, it actually almost feels like there's this cast shadow from like a big cloud um, overlaying this, just the way it is right now, which is neat. I think that's kind of cool. I'm going to turn off the sketch for a moment, actually. Don't think I need it possibly at all. We've kind of laid out what we're doing with this space, and so I think that it can kind of like be implied with all the stuff we've laid down. And by having it there, it's just going to kind of like almost mess up the layers we're working on, because, you know, it has like some shading over top of it that's not actually there because I turn off my sketch layer eventually, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I gotta re-add that shading later. So that is gone. And now I can kind of like start to really just kind of poke around. Come on, let me change my brush. Oh, Photoshop is doing that thing. The thing where it suddenly stops letting me change my brush size. Alright, cool. The one way that I've figured out how to fix this is hit like Shift Control Alt on all the spots on the keyboard and enter, and for whatever reason that sometimes works. Not always though. Just gonna jump around with different tools, still not working. Yeah. Why? Every day is a fight with Photoshop. Sound fine. Okay, cool. Good to know. Alright, well, I guess I just won't change my brush size. I suppose I could do that here? Yeah, this is another spot you can do that. Oh, now it's working. Cool. Just randomly decides to comply again. It's almost weird not being able to hear myself as well. Like, it's not a problem when I'm on Discord with other people, because I'm not thinking about what I'm saying and I'm just kind of conversing. But like when I'm on stream, I'm kind of like trying to have a dialogue with no one responding. So with the headset off, I kind of like hear myself speaking more. But now with the headset on and music going, I can't kind of hear that, so I almost want to turn on monitor with it. I haven't done that before. I'm kind of curious now. I'm going to try it out. Alright. Let me see. Advanced audio, monitor. Monitor only? Mute output. I don't think this is what I want. I'm going to try it though. How about now? I don't think this is helping. I just hear my plosives. Alright. It's fine. I'll get used to it. Oh yeah, so there is the left and right channel balance, but it's perfectly in the middle, so it seems like it should be fine. Alright, well, audio adventures. We'll just keep going. So, let's see, what are we doing here? We have our fog, and then we have the cutout for the lab. I was looking at the kind of like the shape of what we have going on, and I was thinking it might be nice to kind of shift this angle to kind of go more up like this, and have it be a bit lighter back here, kind of more like that. And either this could be kind of like a shadow kind of casting along this forest. I don't think that is necessarily what we want because it's implying there is some kind of massive something just floating in the sky above this. Um, but I think just like value-wise, this is a little bit more kind of interesting for me. So I think like having a smoother kind of gradient into this kind of darker forest works. So maybe something kind of more like this. Um, and since we are working with kind of like trees and stuff, we can kind of have this textural kind of like bumpiness, especially like where our like light is transitioning. Like on the very front of the forest, maybe you could have more kind of like light hitting the sides of the trees. And then along as it scrapes along the top, it kind of like hits some of the taller trees here and there. Maybe that even has like a bit of a cast shadow, or there's like a gap between the foliage here, so you get kind of like a deeper shadow in that canopy. But these are kind of like more, you know, thick forest where you're looking from above and it's nothing but like, you know, bushy treetops. Whereas here we're kind of like more kind of, I don't know, spindly, kind of thinner, not like branching out to these wide canopies, just kind of like tall, thin trees. So it's kind of neat. We could have this like these two forests kind of like coming together. But I also have kind of like some browns and stuff implying that there's kind of like dying leaves and stuff like that, um, which is kind of neat. Okay, this tree here is cool, but it's in a bad spot. Um, Mainly because I'm gonna need to use that area to kind of like show this, you know, chicken-footed hut. So I need to give it the real estate to actually pull that off. I would worry that that tree could just kind of completely obscure where I need that space. Um, so it'd be good to add somewhere. I think that was a neat brush. I don't remember what one it was, but Tree Young, I think. Ooh, maybe if I erase using Tree Young. Like, that kind of helps with just kind of like providing the texture to the area. I don't think it's like perfect at all, but like the way that kind of breaks up the detail, it really does help kind of imply what kind of tree is there. So seeing that there, I like it, but I also feel like now I need to change the edge texture of all these trees to like read properly. So maybe a bad thing. I don't know. It's hard to make that work, perhaps. Hmm. Like, it works better as a silhouette. It's easier to pull that off, I think. And it might be better as, like, the base layer and then other trees kind of painted over these. But, like, breaking the edge of things with this, kind of nice. Not sure if that's actually that good. I think I'll use it as inspiration though. So my brushes are being extra weird. Like they don't want to build up their texture how I expect them to. And maybe that's just because I'm used to how Clip Studio's been kind of working. So I'm wondering if that's what it is. But like I feel like I'm fighting to get, you know, paint down on the canvas, as it were. Like maybe I just need to use a full opaque brush to kind of make sure it's doing any of that. I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't have to though. That's like, if I want a line to appear, I have to make the brush thick enough. If I make it too thin, it like, I have to press it really hard and like go back and forth a ton. I think maybe the flow could go up a bit. Might be enough. I don't know. Yeah. I think I'm mainly just gonna be budget Bob Rossing over here, just kind of painting little happy trees or distraught sad trees, spooky trees, whatever trees want to be here really. Happy little trees in a spooky forest. The uncalm clearing where where the best huts come to roost. Love it. Yeah, I think just kind of like having branch gaps between uh, sections of the tree might be good enough to kind of like give that evergreen feel. We got some big boys, big happy ones up here. I think that's what we want, anyways. Like, what's interesting is I try to kind of like anticipate where we're going to need to do certain things on the map, and that can be kind of, you know, um, a futile exercise, I suppose. Because even when I'm like working on an area that I'm literally painting for that area, it can end up changing completely as I paint it. Um, yeah. I'm digging this. Like I enjoy doing environmental art. Not necessarily very good at it, but it can be a lot of fun. Um, just kind of making little patches of maybe rocks through the shadows and maybe get some other branches for kind of different tree types. Alright, how does the house enter this area? Same path in and out? That's a good question. Maybe I should fell some trees where it's like come clomping on through. Didn't even think of that. But like, maybe it made its own path. Just stomping through trees. I mean, it's not particularly a massive hut. But thanks, Dave. Just put a happy little tree here. Happy little dead tree in the forest here. Lovely. Uh, so yeah, I think just kind of like maybe having a section where they've been stomped over could be a lot of fun actually, and then we could have the fog almost kind of like pouring in through there. Thank you, Dave. So I think we'll want to start to lay out some of the kind of like what's actually happening in this clearing, in the uncalm clearing, because it's a big enough area that like it will draw attention to itself, and I don't want it to be too crazy, right? I don't want it to be uh, like you look at the map and you're like, what is that? I want to go check that out, because you won't be able to go and do anything with it for most of the year, right? Um, so I might brighten up the palette again a bit, uh, or darken some of the rest of the area around it. Maybe the actual central clearing could go a bit darker too. But let's see. If I grab this kind of like brown gray, just kind of knock that down. That might help. I might turn off the grid too, just because that's kind of like getting a little bit in the way, maybe. Thank you, Jay. It's true though. I am passionate about what I do, so I'm glad that comes across. It is always nice. Um, when I had teachers in school, you could definitely like get that from them sometimes, and when you had a teacher that was like really like you knew that they were sharing information because they were excited about it, it was like it made it infinitely more like fun and interesting to learn. So I hope that that's kind of like the energy that I put out for people. Just got like some little boulders there, I suppose. Alright, let's turn off the grid. Grid is gone. Got some nice fallen trees. I almost want to like put a Bigfoot mouse in this area if we just have like some kind of like hunting ground that you can just like go to. Just have like a super duper rare Bigfoot mouse or something like that. Be fun. Let's see. Oh right, I'm like unable to paint in this area because this is under the fog. And the way I painted here is actually by erasing the fog, so that's kind of interesting way to kind of like go around here. So I need to do a little bit more of that. Maybe just like a little bit of texture to it could be fun too. brighten it up just a bit. Then then it's kind of more of a almost like frost texture there, but it kind of works. Whoa! Why did those turn red? How long were these red for? What is going on? I'm gonna do a little bit of undoing. What? Am I crazy? Let's see. Wait. What just happened? Yeah, they just turned red and now they just unredified. That is weird. Like, I know that masks can activate a setting where what is masked is red, so I assume that's what that was, but I don't know what turned it on. So, I don't know. It went away. Adobe. The best. Huh. Oh, I should have got more water. Alright. Actually, I might go grab some water. Okay. I am feeling like this forest is coming together though. It is a big clearing, so I think I'm going to encroach a bit more with trees and kind of like make it more of a gradient towards this kind of open field. And that should still leave me with enough room to make a cute little hut. It doesn't need to be big. I just want it to be like, that looks like a hut that has some chicken feet. Cool. And then when it's gone, being able to see these little like chicken footprints would be great. And if we can pull that off, I think that would be really good. And then just kind of like blending this environment properly to kind of like make it fit the world. And just kind of like making sure things feel balanced. I think we'd be good with that. An accomplished day. So I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. Let me just see if flipping this up actually mutes my mic or not. I've never actually tried to mute it just by doing this. And we're back. No, you did not miss the Larry link. I missed giving out the Larry link. So let me do that. Copy link. And paste. No, this is not a new endgame area. This is actually for an event. We're working on Halloween, and we wanted to try something new with it. So, having a lot of fun. It'll be interesting. I'll bet you get a good slurp noise with the headset now. I'll flip it up for that at least. Ah. Yeah, it's for Halloween. Let's see. I'm wondering if I should just like merge the fog. Probably not yet. Let's see. I was just kind of looking at it from afar and noticed that there's almost too much repetition. So I figure I can knock back some of this. But this is an interesting eraser. I never made it to act this way. So that's weird. It's not a bad brush. It certainly gives like some good noise. And then can use the clipping mask to kind of like tune this fog here. I think I want the fog to be kind of like more north, and there's just pockets of it. Maybe not on the path here. I want that to kind of be a little bit more visible, but also because we're like at like a fairly steep angle. Oh, interesting. That's what's happening. Why is that hockey doing that? Interesting. Photoshop, just let me like make the hotkeys work. That's it. That's all I need. So, not sure how much I like how intense the fog is everywhere. I think I might soften it here and maybe just erase a bit more of it, to be honest. Photoshop, it's haunted. Ah! It is spooky. Road sign at the split path. That would be hard to fit, to be honest. Because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to like put foliage all around this, shade the path, that kind of stuff. So like technically it should be more like the Stark. But then it's also like thick forest around it. And then just trees blocking a lot of it, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is not the most effective way to show the path. I also think that I'm fighting the fog at this point, so I might merge it now. Just because I basically just want to paint everything at this point. That might make it easier. So we're gonna get like deep shadows in some parts where like we're seeing through the trees down into the path. So that feels a little more like chunky forest trees right there. That's good. Alright. I think that's looking pretty decent. Like, I feel like I get that there is this path kind of working its way through the tree lines here. quite how to capture it, but fog can do this cool, like, just thick band of a wave that, like, kind of glides through objects but also breaks on them. Maybe it needs to actually be, like, moving to really get that out of it, but I kind of want to, like, somehow imply that in the way I render it. Don't know if that does it, but wondering if this looks like fallen trees and just kind of almost a mess. Yeah, so I mentioned I wanted to kind of have the trees kind of encroaching a little bit more in the space. Probably high time to do that. Yeah, should be some fun stuff to discover in this forest. Most definitely. Hello, Eileen. Thank you. Yes, trying to get a creepy forest. I am excited to get the hut going though, so I don't want to spend all day on trees. Okay, I think I want one of the bands of fog to be stronger than the others. Just kind of like leading the foggy charge, if you will. Just to kind of like build a visual hierarchy. So I think I'll have it here and just kind of like wrapping it in from the north and kind of spilling out into the clearing. we're getting there with the fog. Maybe that's too strong now. I think it might be. Maybe I went too little color. I kind of liked how green and blue it was before, so just use the color brush to bring a little bit more of that in. Like, I think for a fog to kind of like have it be gray and cool is pretty important. Maybe it just needs more actual blue. So now it feels cold and unforgiving, which is great. Although, that's kind of like leading up into who knows what, right? Like some other area up there. Mm. Yeah, sorry, I mentioned that the reason I have a headset on is because Alex is on a call beside me, so you're probably picking up Alex's voice through my headset. Yeah. That might be a thing that happens on my streams after lunch, though, because they have like their own kind of little art community that they're hanging out on call. Um, so actually, I might just hit it with like highlights here and there too. That might actually be a neat way to kind of show some texture in this fog. Just having light kind of coming through. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's worth a shot. There's like such an interesting warm light on the grass back here that is kind of like coming through. And I kind of want to almost push that nice kind of like comforting warm glow at this outer edge, just so that this feels even cooler and just cold. Not sure if that works, but alright. I want to hit the sides with like a little bit of this nice light. Even go a little warmer on it. there's enough environment kind of captivated or captured here, and probably a good idea to figure out the chicken hut at this point. Welcome, generic potato. Yeah, we're heading into a spooky forest, where a very interesting structure resides, if you will. And we're just about to start illustrating that, so it should be quite interesting. Um, so let's see. Um, I swear I'm about to go and work on the hut. Just a moment. I just got a Jacob over here for a second. Alright. Oh, I haven't saved in a while. I should do that. Bop. Alright. So, let's do a new layer. This one technically will be up on the actual event location though. I already made a layer for that, so we're good. Alright, so let's take a quick look at the journal theme again. So we got this here hut. It's got a nice green glow coming from the door. Pardon me, I should flip up my mic. My apologies. It's got big old chicken legs. As it should. But yeah, we're putting this fun unit in the forest. So, let's see. I might return the grid for this, just to kind of make sure I'm getting this kind of perspective correct. Alright, I'm going to try just first. Chicken. I'll have like billowing green smoke coming out of the chimney or something. And this would all be kind of like brickwork. And the kind of wooden porch. Just kind of fill in the roof. And alright. Popeye's box of chicken. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. I think that's gonna be alright. It's at least a start here, so. I mean, the sketch is just kind of needed to like scale it anyways. Honestly, that's probably too big. Oh yeah, it's too big. Also, we don't have the chicken legs, the most important feature. Um, Now, with the angle we're drawing at, I almost wonder if, like, the chicken legs should just be, like, off to the sides almost. I think we can do the green light from the doorway. Maybe it's fully opened, just because that'll be like a nice bright eye-capturing thing, and while the event's open, I want it to draw attention to itself, right? So when the chicken house is walked away, we won't have that anymore, so... Alright, cool. So I think that's a fine enough design, but we need to now scale it down. I think that that's probably an okay size. It's still pretty big, but it needs to be big enough that the details can read. But if I lay it out well enough, that should be easy. I kind of want there to be enough clearing around it that like maybe I could put like a little campfire in front, and a fence around the perimeter would actually be good to have. Alright. So I'm going to go with that. And then I'm just going to block in behind it with maybe like an orange. Yeah, lantern on the porch. A skull lantern. Alright, I'm just gonna block in a color really quick, just so that I can see where I'm erasing. This is gonna go away real quick. Just need to make sure that the smoke itself I'll do in another layer. It'll be easier to do it that way. Purple chicken house. Don't chicken legs hinge so that the one with the claw pointing in the air? One would be broken though. Yeah, so chicken legs actually be doing like that, right? So they got their like, I guess almost heel, I guess, but it's like their knee, and this would be like their actual drumstick here, right? And the hip up here. So it's kind of an awkward, like, thing to draw them on, anyways, because I'm implying this is like, I don't know, a knee joint up here, which doesn't really work. So what I could do is if I move this out here, turn that off. Let's see, how should I fix this? Because I want it to be just like kicking back, nice and lazy. So like, maybe something like that off to the side. And then this one I still kind of want it to like almost be like cross-legged. Which might not work so well. Looks weird. Maybe I should just have it also kind of like matching the kind of like the like forward facing vertical. That kind of angle where it's basically the same thing that the other foot's doing. But let's see. Let's see. Alright. I feel like maybe this is a better direction for it.
You know it's good when people are like,
Alright.
copy paste.
I think the heel needs to come out more.
Plug, plug. The art's very good. That artist was like, yes.
I don't know. Maybe it just needs to be like flopped out the same way. Just kind of flop down and just tired. Just like that. Just finished the old cottage migration.
Plug, plug. I should make a plug, plug. No. 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 Never again.
And
No, I don't. Shits.
I don't know. Still not feeling this leg. Actually, that's not so bad.
Hot chicken line. It's true. Uh-oh.
Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Alright, so I'm just gonna fix this. interesting. Thought that I was doing all that on the sketch layer. Apparently I was not. Eh.
Can't wait till Ashley wakes up and gets
Alright, so hopefully the silhouette is clear. Yeah, it's not bad. I could lower the side of the house there, I think. That would help. I think what I'll do is actually merge the sketch down. And drop it down as well. Okay, now let's see. We'll go with like a kind of warm. I think this should actually be on a separate layer. Alright. Alright, and then side of the house will go. Let's see. First I'm going to do the front, and we have our light coming from the right side. It also has like that green glow to the door. Let's see.
dramatical murder in the chat.
I think we can go with like a nice warm for a lot of this here. Because then the bright green will be like extra punchy on it. Okay, that really helps it to just kind of pop out at you, which is good. But now we can kind of like add more kind of range to it all. So we got like a straw roof here, I think. Oh, I don't want to do this on this layer. I want it to be on the base drawing.
Okay.
Alright.
Has anyone else watched Oceano's Soul? No, that's But
just want to get like an arch going on for the front of the roof. I feel like I could tilt the camera a little more towards me. I feel like I'm constantly out of the shot. Not that it's a big deal, but is that hard line between gray and brown at the top of the map just to display artifact, or did something get changed / bumped? Oh, this here. Yeah, that's just an artifact from, let's see. Like, see how there's this texture and then just color on top of that? That is just how I built up the layers in the past. I just haven't done anything with that yet. But not much I can do other than manually blending it, because this was flattened to be like that a long time ago. Boom. Smoothed. No, it's a good catch. Like, there's this on the right, too. I'll need to do something about that. It was just never visible before, so I never did anything with it. Alright. I think for the hut, I want to kind of like give it a bit of a backlight. Though I kind of want to go with the orange. It might not make the most sense, but ooh, would there be visible spirits around the hut? Maybe. That could be fun. To have like wisps or something like that.
The duality of joy.
Yeah, I'm thinking the campfire will be fun. Just like a fire pit off to the left or something like that. Could use that for the light. That might be a nice way to handle that, actually. So if I like move the hut over to the side a bit. And then just put like a little campfire back there. not allowed to resize anymore. Oh, alright, it's working again. And campfire helps with just kind of like being able to give a nice, clean, defined edge to things. It's a good excuse to have that pop of brightness.
Same, I just watched like this and that's what like it is. It's always fun to watch you when I sit with Oh my god. I take your advice and you give me shit. Opti asks for a thing and I do it and she's like, this.
What do we think of that campfire? I think that works.
It's like, it's okay. Single tear roasting. She's just trying to be.
Chicken feet. Probably need to be more just silhouette, to be honest. Cool. Alright, I kind of like that. And then we can do fun things like making the firelight kind of bounce off a tree or something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking of the fence with the skulls and the glowing eyes. It's going to be a bit harder to capture that, but we can definitely try to get that in there. definitely try. I'm kind of thinking, like, should this maybe actually have the green coming out of the smoke? Yeah, I think that works. The actual like chimney is feeling a bit too dark, so I might just kind of lighten it up.
Fedora. Yes, Fedora. The toy is like 45. Secretly.
Green glow around the ground near the chimney. Great idea. Definitely. Just a subtle hint that it's also working away. Now, in the journal theme, let's see. We do have the chimney, but it's like not the green there. And I'm wondering, should we make this doing that, where it's got like the green glow and then smoke kind of coming out the corner there? Or just leave this, I don't know. Could take the green out of the chimney here if we want, but I kind of like it. Zooming way out, it still does a good job of kind of like drawing your eye, but I want to make that even further. So the way I can do that is this layer here I have this layer here. This has kind of interactions with the environment around it. So I think I'll use this for the greens on the trees nearby as well. This also allows us to like make it kind of dry, old dead trees forest during the event, and then suddenly they vanish if we didn't need that level of detail otherwise. So let's see, we got a little kind of bush right here, maybe it's picking up. Just a grilled snapper over the campfire. Yeah, sorry the audio is only coming through on the left side for people. I don't know what's up with that. Looking at my settings, it should be balanced for both. So I apologize, I don't know how to fix that. I'll try to get that working for future streams though, because I'm probably going to have to go headset at times.
First good.
Hmm. Do you want like a cauldron on the fire or something? Yeah, we could try that. It's an interesting concept. Something there, I think. Cauldron, eh? Alright. We'll try it. We'll try it. Very witchy. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, more shadows around the chicken leg, I agree. Oh, I think you're right. Be kind of like casting a shadow. Let's see. Too many layers. This is the one. It's a very muddy color I've just added there. Don't know if that's working how I want it. More shadows around that chicken leg, please.
Yeah, you're like, this is a cool thing to hear.
Alright.
As I'm starting it.
Oop. Arrows abound. Alright, let's see. Hopefully that reads as a chicken foot. I might actually merge a bunch of these layers because I'm starting to have layer soup happening. It's not as delicious as it sounds. Yeah, I think I need to mess around with the foot that's closer to us more. Yeah, and I am feeling like trying to do all these layers at once is just making it even harder. So I'm actually going to smash it all together. Except for maybe the very bottom. Ooh, right. That's a thing. Forgot about that. So this is a screen layer. If I try and merge it without something actually behind it, that's not going to look good. So what I can do, and this is not an ideal solution, I could make a copy of the backdrop, merge it with that. It's not good. Like eventually that's how it's going to overlay on the map. Okay. Alright, I'm just not going to mess with that yet. Very difficult to Google chicken leg and actually get an image of one attached to a chicken and not cooked. Yeah, the search that I did was like chicken leg live. That is the result that got me actual chicken's legs that are not being eaten. Okie dokie. So I think if I want to get this foot working a bit better, maybe I drop that down. It's a really awkward angle, to be honest. But I think I can use the silhouette. Why is it so hard? That might not be so bad that way. And I'll actually have this toe just jutting forward like that. It's like foot thumb, the back of the talon, whatever. A skeleton and just hanging out by a dead tree. The weird part is, in this world, the skeleton's alive and the tree is dead. Okay, and I think I'll have the green glow silhouetting this leg better. I mean, it's pretty extreme,
Faster, I can
but
get done faster.
ooh,
Just a bit. But just a bit.
this also has too much of this orange color with it being basked in the green light like that, so I want to knock the color out of it. Okay, so could do a layer on top that's clipped real quick, and then just maybe do a something like this.
Are you?
Not quite working.
I'm having mommy voice. This one really close to me, so happy Friday. Treat yourself.
I don't know. Does this work? I don't know if this works. I hope it works.
Why are you judging artistry?
I think it kind of works. Thatch does look pretty bright, yeah.
It's my opinion.
It's almost glowing in this kind of lighting, right? I agree. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely relative to the trees around it. Makes sense with this kind of glowing edge with the campfire there, but overall should probably be toned down.
Everywhere says.
scattered coals near the chimney.
Yep. Sure.
Okay, I want to get that cauldron that they were mentioning. I think that would be a cool idea. Where to toss a cauldron? We could put it on top of the fire.
Finally, someone worse than me.
That is generally where cauldrons go. Good point.
Which is obvious.
What do you think? Should we put it on top of the fire? Nah, that's ridiculous. Who would put their cauldrons there? Just have it floating. And then, like, I kind of want to have just, like, green. Just some kind of green goo in there. I like it. I like it. And then, do I have a smoke brush? I think I might.
I just say that whatever everyone says my line art
I
is, it's
think
not my line art.
it's called, like,
Brush.
silk brush. Silk. This might be it. This might not be it, but it might be it. Ooh, why are you blue? Not quite. Let's see. I'll just manually create it.
I get the fried chicken, bro. Fried chicken. There's also kimchi fries. Me either, but everyone else is, so I always suggest kimchi fries.
A lot of glowing things out here. Actually, if I'm matching this grid, I should actually widen the top. So it'd be more like that. I gotta remember that I'm doing this kind of like orthographic angle. I don't know how well that reads as a cauldron anymore, or if it ever did.
Still a lot of nonsense this week, even though it's so long. It's like
enough context clues for it to read properly. That's a good point. You might be right. Yeah, I think that does read okay.
Bonnie is like a Vietnamese Sanders.
Hmm. That's a fair point. Well, for that group, I think this should kind of tell that story for them. Which is good.
Yeah, I wanted him to be scary, but he ended up being really funny.
So I also want to get like the little chicken scratch feet on the base image, right? So I'll just pop a new layer up for that real quick. And I'm going to turn on and off just so I have the size of the foot in mind. It's about that big. And there we go. Oh yeah, the burnt fire pit would be a good idea too. I like that. You need a holder stand. The cauldron looks like it's floating above the fire unless it's meant to be by magical eerily floating.
This would not be a good TikTok asking you
I
to
feel like I like it being magically floating. What do you think? I like it. More mysterious and weird. Well, I'm glad you're liking it, Alex. Sorry you can't hang around. Have a good meeting. Alright. So I need to make sure when I plop this layer on top, it like, you know, because the chicken scratch feet are gonna be in the shot. But I actually want it to kind of like be like walking away. For when the event is over, people are like, where'd it go? And then you see the footprints wandering off. So what we could do is we could like have the inactive state show these prints and then cover over it with the actual like, oh, the event is active. We no longer see these little prints. Or massive prints, I suppose. So like here you can see it, right? So we could hide that. That might be a good way to handle it. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Alright, I'm actually going to go on a quick break. So I'll BRB. returned. Alright, so. To stand or not to stand, says the cauldron. It's magic. Yeah, there we go. It's magic. Magical cauldron. I like it. Okay, I want to cover over... Oop. Do it above the screen layer. Yeah. Alright, so now if I turn off, the little chicken feet reappear. However, what I also want to do is make the little campfire. Now if I turn off Halloween, we have like where the fire pit would be.
No, it's so good though. I was just talking about how good it was when you were playing.
I think that looks like a burnt out fire pit. Maybe I'll get more like ash kind of on the top of it. Add a little green goo on the top, or to the side, like they spilled the cauldron contents. I like it. A good idea. Just a little hint of what was there at one point, and it just never, like, went away. Just this little green puddle that just persists year round.
Oh yeah, that one's good. I saw that and I was like, that's the opposite for Grandma's random.
I also want the spill to be from like the side of the pit going towards where the hut would be. Maybe. Just like a hint of it.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. The one I originally saw was like reverse.
Alright. Maybe. Maybe that. feel like for the fire pit I should actually be at a higher angle. Again, kind of need to recall working with a bit of a higher perspective than I kind of seem to think.
It's very good.
Okay, I feel like maybe that does feel like it could be a fire pit. There is some areas that have a decent amount of detail. It might not be too bad. Some areas not so much. But it would be pretty fun. It is a case where it like does need kind of like updates regularly. So like if you had it printed out on something, you'd be like, ah, this is out of date pretty quickly. Not that that's a terrible thing. It's cool that you can see how much it's changed year after year. That's not bad. Let's see. So turn Halloween back on. Covers over everything nicely. Seems pretty good to me. If we want this cauldron to kind of feel like it's floating magically, maybe we take a little bit of the screen and wrap it around it. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Alright, and let's see what else. I think overall the front and side of the house could be a little bit darker, like the walls themselves. Now, I do like that the green is kind of bleeding on top of it. Got that kind of colorful light glow, the bloom, if you will, happening. So that is a cool effect. I think just overall I want it to be a bit more knocked down. Then bring that glow back here. I had fun like with a couple of areas that were kind of introduced over time. Like actually having different stages of construction for things was really quite fun. Just want to get more like brown in the chicken leg. Give it like brown speckled fur. Not fur, feathers.
What was your stretches?
Pumpkins. Ooh. Pumpkins are a good idea. I think, okay, so one of the things I want to do is add a perimeter fence, because Baba Yaga has this kind of like fence around her hut that like, I believe you can't cross it unless you like speak a riddle or something like that, like to let the house let you in or something like that. I forget. But in a couple of the tales, there is the fence and it's lined with like skulls that have glowing eyes, but we could do pumpkins with glowing eyes. Oh, we want the goo to like not be there during off season. I thought we were putting it purposefully like having spilled off season, but that's actually a good point. I don't think it necessarily works the best. Swing this on up here. Hoot. And hoot. Alright. I think that's good.
That was some good arm problems.
Oh, off during the event, on during off event. Okay, so here, let me undo that. I think I put it back to where it goes. Nope. Okay. So we can just cover it pretty easily is the thing.
Just start now, it's fun.
Yeah, leave it there, and then
Just one of those things.
when it comes to
Rub it with light.
season on, we'll just paint over this at the base of this. There we go. Unspilled. Perfect. Yeah. Alright, cool. I should probably reintroduce these trees here. Right?
Joy's house was so good. It's very creepy.
Yeah, we haven't done the skull fence yet. Let's just do that. We'll do that on the base layer though, because I want that to stick around. So let's just do that on a layer up here. And we'll just use a opaque brush. Just to make it nice and easy to plop this fence down. Okay. I feel like that's a fine perimeter fence. And then if I hide the event and just kind of like match it to the environment, I might actually move it out here a bit better. Just feels more encompassing. Okay, and there's like a tree line in here, so I'll just let those be in front of it. And this is probably behind some of the trees in the foreground, which we haven't really rendered in necessarily. So how do we want to put the skulls on the fence? I'm thinking just like pumpkins kind of like sitting on the tops of some of the posts, just kind of randomly. So if I go and do just like, you know, jack-o'-lanterns year round, nothing could go wrong with that.
Yes. Jelly donuts.
And just think of all the like jack-o'-lanterns sitting on people's porches in like, you know, November. Just like weird goo piles, melting faces. Make them a bit big. I just want them to be able to like read. And then we could do the little faces on them for off-season, but then their eyes glow on season. No gate, just defense. Yeah. Yeah, you can't get in unless you know the phrase to get within. The chicken hut just walks right over the fence. It's just a chicken fence. Make some of the posts crooked. Yeah, you're right. I think having like a gap in the fence is a good thing too.
The deep joy boy. Well, you gotta save something.
This is where like bust out or something like that. Broken fence here. I'll knock that pumpkin down.
Excuse me.
Ooh, actually, that's not a bad idea. Just having the cauldron just like sitting on the empty kind of fire pit, empty itself. Maybe tilted onto its side or something. That could be fun. One smashed pumpkin where the hut walked over. Oh yeah, that's such a good idea. I like it. Just smoke. Splorp. Nice. Okay, so
I just wanna watch the video. It's 3. And I try to watch them, and they're awful. They're so slow and so serious. Oh no. Betrayal's more more satisfactory. Loyalty in the street. Why is how is blue the biggest turncoat?
okay.
That's true.
A little pumpkin highlights.
That's because blue's from the UK though.
We're like getting down to the pixel here, huh? I need to pull out the pencil tool to get some of the accuracy and the details I want. Which is a bit much. But I'm gonna do it. Alright, drop the opacity though. Hello? Can I...
Not today, maybe later. liar.
Alright. Now that draws a lot of attention to it because of the color contrast. I might knock the fence down a bit, and just kind of like knock some of the pumpkin colors down when it's an off-season version. Now that said, when it is on season, we can kind of like add the like glow to the eyes. Leave that smashed pumpkin there.
The scream.
Thank you, Scrib. Alright. Let's see. I think just like a yellow glow is fine.
Opti called it from like left field with no hints whatsoever.
In one of the stories, one of the characters like takes one of the skull lanterns to like find her way home, and then it like it's kind of like a Cinderella story, with the, like the evil stepmother kind of thing. But in the end, she ends up like melting her stepmother using the skull lantern pointed at her. It just like melts her. Just like that's crazy. Which is interesting because Baba Yaga is like, you know, eats children who wander into her space and is, you know, be a good kid or you'll get eaten by the creepy witch lady. But at the same time, like, she also has these benevolent acts that kind of like happen because of her influence on things, even though she's just like, do this thing for me and I will eat you, please. And then they do the thing and it like works out for them in the end. But it's an interesting character. I think she's like a Scandinavian folklore. Not mistaken. I might be mistaken though. It's very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go more orange with this glow.
By Habu. See, I wouldn't have guessed that because I'm not used to people being embarrassed by liking Sonic as a kid.
Alright. So we got our glowing heads perimeter. I kind of want to put it as like a screen or something like that, but I also know that if I do that, it's not a good layer to do that with, apparently. I didn't realize I wasn't working on an independent layer. Whoops. Cool, but let's see. Off season, cool. On season, noise. There's a lot going on. It's a very busy feeling. I don't know if that's bad or good. It like certainly is attractive, you know. Like you're gonna be seeing it pretty small. So I like that there's punchy colors that attract your eye to it. It's like, what's going on over here? It has very Halloween vibes with the like the orange and the kind of dark browns and stuff, and then that creepy witch brew green is pretty good for this. So yeah, the cauldron's a good choice. I like that. Alright. I'm digging that. I think this is pretty cool. I think I'm gonna knock the pumpkins down a bit for off-season, though. The only question is, how's that gonna look? I think what I want to do is... Oh yeah, I also want to tilt a cauldron off to the side of the pit. Alright, so I'm gonna grab this. We're good there. Alright. And I'm gonna duplicate this for the actual event. Put it there, because I don't want to lose the punch that it's got. Maybe this has to go at the bottom. Uh-oh. Where did you go? Okay, it is at the top. Cool. Alright. To the bottom. Cool. Alright. We're good there. The only thing it did was really kind of just intensify it in a couple of spots. That's okay. Now if we turn off the season, go down to where the actual pumpkins are in here, and we'll just knock it down a bit. And some of them can be nicely orange. Actually, I'll do this on the layer above. I think even just kind of like making some of them brighter and more orange is good in the sense that I'm just trying to like lower the contrast in total. So the ones in front, on top of this kind of brown backdrop, those being knocked back can kind of help. I'm just kind of losing some of the color in it as well. I think the fence itself is a bit too intense too. So I'm gonna do... just kind of lighten it up in some areas. And then for the actual event, it might be nice to hit the fence with some of the glow in various parts anyways, so... I think that's a little better. Yeah, it was quite strong before. So that's good. We'll see how it looks with the event turned on again. Yeah, that still works. But yeah, I think I'll just kind of catch some of this firelight on the posts, especially ones that are like close enough. Honestly, same with the pumpkins though. Wait, what layer am I on? Wrong layer.
Let's look in their headband this time. Yeah.
I don't want to be doing this on the
Are you saying that I
base
don't
version. Gotta do it on the event version. Alright. So, this would be a fine layer to do it on.
Yeah, so, because Azu hates Graha, he's like, you can't say Graha in my chat.
Alright.
So we say Graham Timothy. And so now that's just the name for like Graha with freckles that I dropped. So I'm like, that's my OC, Graham Timothy. Original character, still Graham Timothy.
Alright. And I mean, campfires, the fall off on the light source is actually pretty extreme.
See how it is.
Falls off very quickly and easily. So, don't want it to influence posts really far away. But the green maybe doesn't do that.
Oh my god. Granted, you can keep complaining. It's gonna take longer and longer to draw.
Then again, I mean, it's pretty evident what the fall off should be like on the green, so I think I'll pull back just a smidge on it anyways. It's nice to have a little hint of it, but alright, cool. I like it. I like it. So give it a save. It's off season, season on. So what I want to do is for off season, do a little bit of this.
They did make Imposter Johannes, but that's the character from Final
Okay,
Fantasy.
and copy. And then at the bottom,
It does. I was like, cool, now people are gonna think that I ripped off this character for OC. I didn't. Thanks, Yoshi P.
okay, so now, if I do the cauldron on its side, it should not appear in the event version. So, just gonna copy this, and down here,
Pervert Gale.
this poor abandoned cauldron. Okay, and then I gotta get rid of the glow. Has it got a handle? Good question. I feel like it would have maybe a little stumpy handle on the sides. Nothing too crazy, because I feel like it's probably a magical
Oh
cauldron
my god.
that, that just the house abandoned.
So funny.
Why not? Um, it's just big and heavy. I didn't want to lug it around. No one's gonna steal it, right? It'll be there next year.
This horny man just watching the dancers.
A little bit of the green goo left in it. I mean, that is what it spilled, right?
He got overwhelmed.
Could do that.
Well, it's weird for him. He's like, that's my face. Yeah, I'll do those things. Me too. I always draw feet and shoes too big because of the difference. Thank you, Nomura.
Alright. Get a little hint of a handle on the side here, maybe. It's so hard with just like pixels. I think it's just enough that you can kind of make out that that might be a handle.
I like 3. I just accept Kingdom Hearts as
Alright.
F-Zero help.
Okay, so like the inside, it might have like a bit of a green kind of glow. Not glow, maybe. But like if there's any light bouncing around in there, if it's still got that goo in it, I feel like that might be the color you get it. I feel like I'm doing like pixel art now. On the biggest image that we have, Jacob is going down to pixels detail. What am I doing? Oops. It's the most Jacob thing ever. Alright. I like it. Abandoned campfire. It certainly draws a lot of attention to itself. Maybe it's a bit much.
My favorite thing about Kingdom Hearts is like
Maybe if
all
I just
the
kind of like
two
pull back on
Japanese
that rim light.
were in it. Billy Joel Osment and fucking Angel from Buffy was in Kingdom Hearts, and Lance Bass was Sephiroth. Billy Zane.
I'm just knocking that down a little bit. I do like that green goop though. There. Well, actually, I feel like if it is gonna drip, it would actually like drip here.
Yeah.
Because it's like sitting on the pile of crispy.
I do know. Yep.
Too much. Too much. Don't want to overdo it. Less is more.
Oh, Kingdom Hearts 2 is so good.
Okay, but now if I pop over to the event, it should cover on top. Yeah, perfect. So it's not visible. Boop, 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 boop. doesn't quite look exactly the same, but I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I think if they read well in both the scenarios, then
Like
we're
an
good.
8, so I think ours has not been good at a very long time. You just have to accept it as it is and expect that you might have fun with it.
It is a 4K map.
I did. Oh, I
Let's
see.
actually look. I have had to shrink it down in the past, but we are working on a 4124 by 3299. Kind of a weird value. We got that 4K. Technically.
Really not.
16K map. Oh boy. I mean, I kind of want to.
Just to
Just
get
think, I could draw actual faces on these jack-o'-lanterns. Just for context, though, let's kind of look at like the rest of the map, right? Like taking this in, have we done a good job in making this readable? I'm wondering, because we were zoomed in to get some details. So each feather on the hut's feet. I would. I would. It almost looks like a forest fire. So I don't know if I like that.
yeah,
Might not be bad though. Especially if the green kind of glow takes more precedent in
the thing
areas.
about this release option too is kind of like
I don't
adding
know.
nothing to the
What
story.
do we think? Do we think that this reads it's a good scale? I might actually do a little bit more
Yeah.
rim light on the hut itself, just because I feel like that should be the strongest read, to be honest, and I'm not sure that it is. So thanks to that wonderful campfire, I can just be like, yeah, of course there's this like super strong light that is kind of like carving out the silhouette for me. We can even see the texture of the feathers there. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, that's like they had different stories set up for it, but this kind of yeah. Because when they were working on the Frozen world, at least, they had Elsa as the villain because like the movie wasn't even out when they were working on the development for it. And then so that's why it's like so weird and disjointed that there's like ice castles that they go towards here because Elsa is supposed to be the one. Yeah. Principal Gnawnian.
Yeah, like if anything, I almost want to make it bigger just to make sure it does read, but that's the challenge we have with the way MouseHunt map works. It's like, yes, this is an entire like town and castle, uh, and this is a tournament hall, and this is a harbor, a boat, you know, a a tent, floating islands.
Familiar.
Just it's kind of wild the like this is just a dirt mound, right?
It was so long that
Um,
the very first time they released
so
it, I had pre-ordered it in like a different town.
like a little witch hut, right? Compared to the size of a castle. Actually, I want to drag it over now. Let's see. I mean, it's not too bad, right?
And I'm like,
Like it's definitely like a
$60 how much
significant size compared to like the regular little houses, right? But what its kind of importance is, it kind of makes sense to have it scaled up like that. But like compared to other things, it's pretty tiny. An entire cowboy town, you know? Like, it's not terrible. So, yeah.
Well, she deleted it right away. And she was like, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. The SS Huntington is gigantic.
Yeah, I think I said
Like here, let me actually like do this, so y'all can actually enjoy just how truly huge this boat is.
don't want to save it.
Literally the size of the castle. Hello. Like, it is bigger than the iceberg, I think. Oh, well, I mean, to be fair though, the way icebergs are, iceberg wins. It's much bigger. Like, you know, it's probably like this, and then, you know, it goes down pretty far, right? So, it's a big unit. A lot of crazy scales though, but like size of the mountain, right? Like, there is a good reason that this boat could be shrunk down, but when you're like looking at it on the map itself, it's a whole other thing too. Because like, let's see, our travel window here. You know, you like do this. It's not terrible. Like, it's kind of. I guess it could definitely be smaller though.
I didn't say that.
But you know, like, this is another way to kind of like consider things.
Well, no, it was very nice, but you were also complaining the whole time about not being able to draw.
Kind of want to hide the travel button, but that actually is good to have. I do like this gradient that we got going here.
I'll remember this.
It like turns into this creepy, spidery feeling, like forest here, so I like that.
Never do nice things for ambiance.
Alright, I'm thinking, gonna hide the Halloween, and merge down some of the stuff. I think I might get rid of a few of the pumpkins. I like having a number of them, but I don't think I want them all to be there. What we can do is create a clipping mask and then just kind of be like, I'm getting rid of that one. How about that one?
I'll never forget sending Azzy that
Maybe that.
package and, like,
No, no, no.
exactly
I want,
what I sent him because we talked about it. And then it's
I want this one back.
fuck, this is so big. And I was like, Azzy, you know everything that's in it. I swear to God.
Get rid of that. And that one. There we go. Less pumpkins. Add some more fog around the forest. Yeah, I think so. I think I'll also like bring the fog into this area just a little bit more. Especially with the way that this is like really too punchy. Like, the level of contrast is kind of extreme. I think what I might do is just take like a luminosity layer here and take the darkest thing. Just taking out the darkest shadows. be a bit much. But I think we could accomplish that with the fog as well, and that might make more sense. Let's get that fog going. Now another thing is I don't want the fog in the backdrop of the event image. I might at the point it's at, because I'm like, I like what's going on here. I might actually just copy the visuals like this. This might be a bad way to do it, but oh, I had the grid on. Whoops. All right, try that again.
Yeah, and like the DLC like explains more of what actually happens. Like this bit was pretty.
Now the problem with doing this is if I kind of work the backdrop more, I need to make sure that is a part of this slice. Okay, but if I like, oop, my control key broke. There we go. Copy and paste, and now I have it as just like its own little slice out, right? So now I don't need to worry about if I roll fog into the inactive version, it won't read very well. Like it'll peek through the base. So fog layer here. Could use our dust brush. And then yeah, just kind of like obscuring some of these details. It knocks out some of the shadows, kind of like drawing less contrast or attention through contrast. Right. It also kind of like breaks the barrier down. Not that we want to feel like we can travel in here, but that fence is definitely busted now. Turn the grid back on again. Again, like, I keep kind of doing way too steep an angle. I kind of want to, well, too steep an angle, I want to kind of look down upon it a bit better. I have not been kind of illustrating that very well. So, oops. some reason I just want like half of the dirt in here lit a bit better than the other half. Meh. Okay. I think for the little event area, we've kind of like created this like busted down campsite that is abandoned and kind of like, what the heck happened here? Ooh, we'll stay away. Um, so that is totally good. And then, of course, when you like turn the event on, kaboom, lively. This edge here needs to be fixed. Um, done. Yeah, I like it. I think that works pretty well. And then, yeah, I think I just want to kind of like work on the detail throughout here. Now, at the same time, I technically don't have to render all that to completion. I could, you know, adjust the mask to kind of like get rid of that. But I kind of like that we've included that area. I don't think we're going to put anything there anyways, so kind of just adds a little more to the zone. So let's. I think I'm ready to just like flatten a bunch of stuff. What is? Oh, this is all just like the event stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the Halloween event. See what layers I'm messing around in. Yeah, this is all just like the cauldron, fence. Yeah, okay, cool. So I can merge basically all this down, all except this here. I want to keep that above it. So alright, let's see if this works. Alright, flattened that. I don't think anything changed like crazy. Interesting, it won't let me undo now. That's fine. I was just wanting to jump back and forth and see what changed possibly. But I think we're good. I hope we're good. Near Firma, the path to the forest should be less obvious as people are meant to stay away from the hut. I think he might be right that like maybe logically should be less obvious, but I kind of want to make sure that the player can like see this and like infer that's actually how you get there. From the ground, maybe it's less obvious, maybe. But yeah, I just want to make sure that it is kind of clear though. So that's just how I see it, anyways. Like, it's probably not super important to be able to see, like, aha, that's clearly how they must get to it, but it's nice that there's some kind of way to do it. Still, though, I feel like you're right that like it would be tried, like they would try to cover it up and hide it like, do not go into this forest. It is super dangerous. Ah. Oh, my leg is asleep. A scattered, patchy path. I see. I see. Yeah, because this looks like cleanly paved. You're right.
Yep. Yep.
Like very well traveled. Whereas it could definitely be much more kind of like, oh no, this is not a path that people normally take.
It's Asmi's server. He's got a Patreon server, and Oppie didn't want to be invited. But she got in because it automatically added her
Here.
into this. So now she's trying to get him to kick her. Like as soon as she joined the server, he's like, Oppie's propagating. It's wicked.
Okay, so I still want it to be visible.
And Oppie was just like, wait, this auto added.
But yeah, like maybe it's got more kind of green growing in it. It's like not a well-maintained pathway.
A little bit of both, maybe. The one thing from Kirby Box. There's a non-full version of Burberry.
What might be up there in the future, indeed?
I didn't even know there was a full version.
It's a fantastic question.
Oppie, you can't get tired of you if you never post. This is true.
I would love to know myself. What indeed?
There's a lot of talking in that server. I'm more of a lurker than Oppie at this point, and I'm a lot.
Cool. Alright.
Yeah,
But up here where it splits, I'm gonna knock this down.
let him post to my server. Okay.
Like just seeing how the trees have this gap between them is enough to kind of like imply that there is this kind of pathway perhaps forking off here.
I don't know, he had issues with like the Patreon bot working properly the first time he did it, so it's a mystery.
It's so creepy. So creepy. It's perfect.
Keeps your body.
Actually, like the idea of these treetops just not even being able to like break through the fog even. Just kind of, it's so thick the tree line is buried in it. drowning in fog or whatever. And then the nice thing about that is if we wanted to kind of like have something hidden right here, pulling the fog away, it could be like, oh, whoa, that was there that whole time. What? So that kind of is a neat feature of doing the fog.
That's so bad. It's so tiny. It's little. Oh man. He's big for the city.
Alright. Okay, so I still want to do a little bit more work over here.
People call him a cronut.
Wondering, should we just kind of like have the forest kind of open up to a glade up here perhaps? I feel like yes. Glade it up. But then I can bring this shadow to the edge of the forest here perhaps.
Oh, the chair and the soup and the glasses.
Alright, I'm thinking we're getting pretty close, which is good because it is getting late and my wrist is starting to feel it. I think I want to warm up the shadows a little bit though. Maybe not everywhere, but actually what we might want to try is using a color layer on top of this. Let's have some fun. So we could do, I don't think I have this brush set up on Photoshop, but alright, if I do this as a normal layer, spatter maybe? So you can kind of see
They're spreading out though.
spatter might be a good tool for this. Alright, but if I do this as a normal layer, use the spatter brush, you can kind of see like this texture build up, right? But then if I set it to a color layer, and then add a clipping mask to that, I can kind of like do like some kind of color gradient across it. So let's just do this, and then maybe it goes to green, right? Something like that. But then turn it into a color layer and just knock it down. What's happening? Oh, right. That's what's happening.
When they have the cannon that knocked place.
This is knocked down.
And you come in the winter and
This should be a normal layer. There we go.
so they do with everyone that doesn't landscape. Yes. Go down to whatever that is called in the water biome, which is basically the only place that I know where you can landscape. Aside from like the city hall.
Makes no biological sense, but looks cool.
I skate like 5 times a week in winter.
Yeah, it has just a little bit
You know, that to walk up
of a difference, right? There's a little bit more
it's against Canadian law, you must skate.
field of kind of something wordscape. And I actually kind of want to go into this kind of like icy blue up here. Go lighter.
Val.
I don't mind that. Merge that down. Alright, cool. I mean, that's not a bad idea to like put it with the event layer itself. Maybe I'll like push it even further though. I kind of just wanted that warmth kind of like gliding across this anyways, so I think I'm going to keep it in the base.
I took figure skating lessons in 2019
I don't know, maybe it should be richer, deeper greens, to be honest, because other forest stuff is quite dark. It's not consistent, but probably would look better. Let's see what happens if we take this kind of green. It's probably not a good brush for this. That's like also the forests around here aren't that like deep. So I kind of feel like I need to shift those as well. And then it's, you know, bringing up a whole other kind of like thing of contrast that I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want that. Maybe somewhere a little bit deeper would be good. Yeah, I feel like that looks a little more natural.
I mean, we all know that you can get harassed on Twitter.com for being like, that's stupid.
Yeah. It's just a little more obvious that it's like trees versus grass. I think it just does need some more deep shadows regardless, though.
Yes. You got one of those messages that were like, I came here to see. No shame. I drew for May Day. I drew Bren in a pink May dress, and I got a comment that was like, can you edit this so that the dress is black? And I was like, probably for a fetish, but also leave Bren alone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nope. I mean, in the MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 if you block about 5 people, yep. Same. Tension is always drama.
Alright. I'm a bit worried about, like, painting around the event area too much. Just because if it does overlap, I'll need to tweak that. It's just not bad.
Yeah.
If I need to tweak it, it probably should be tweaked, so
Well, it's just like
not a bad thing.
your shifts properly.
Alright.
Japanese artists to like tag it improperly with the wrong name, and I'm like, yep.
I feel like some of the darks should go in between the trees here too, though. Like, almost just so that I can get some of the nice crisp edges on some of these trees out here.
Also, like a lot of people, at least like that I follow, that are like, I don't, like, I choose name because it's not the one.
It's very mushy front of the forest tree line here. I don't think it's good. Need to do something to really make that feel good.
It's also like to be weird to be like because Asian artists
Let's see.
and I'm like first of all, Asian artists in Genshin aren't interacting with English people in Genshin because you guys are wild.
All right. Not quite.
Oh, yeah. It's the fire and ice. The one with the eye patch and the dark skin and the redhead.
Yeah, fade the dirt path in the middle a little bit.
Was in the red,
I think I can knock the color down a little bit in some spots.
Yeah, and they're the same people that are like, don't call me a white
Yeah, I like it. It may not work perfectly, but I kind of like that range that it gives it. And again, at size, it's like, it just kind of gives a little bit of depth. I think I want...
Yeah. Yes.
The path just kind of like fades out.
Yeah, you don't need to make up a whole like oral debate about whether it's
Because who knows where that goes exactly.
I'm ready to hear it. I'll be honest. Just yeah. Yeah. It's just, old past arguments that have been had a million times, but are being rehashed as humans have gotten a hold of them. Yeah. It's important to like be like aware and like racist and stuff like that. Yep. Yep. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you're not like giving comments that are racist. Serious talks on the part of the scale effect.
It's a new event area. Take a quick look over where it is. Mind you, this is the inactive version of the event. So let's take a quick look at the actual active version. Boop. And
Be a person with a Harry Potter tattoo that can speak.
there we go. Yeah, I was like going to draw it here likely, and then uh, some of the devs were like, no, 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 it's supposed to go up here. Uh, and that was outlined in the case that I had the task, and I totally missed it. So, whoops. That is a good thing. I like it up here. Expanding the map.
Yeah, people should just moderate their timelines.
Like, what's up with this path? Where's this going off to? This one clearly goes towards this little kind of, you know, chicken-footed cottage, as they are. And then what's with all this creepy fog? What's going on there? Who even knows? Oh yeah, I should probably fix this here, huh? Wait, I have a cool solution for it. It's a brilliant idea.
Well, I always hear like the argument. Like I'll see people being like, "This is 19 right here," like we're making the argument, and they're like, "This showed up on my timeline this year." That's not how that works. That's not how Twitter works.
Solved it. Why is it just blank terrain by the shore, though? I mean, I'd say that we could kind of like work a little bit towards the shore, figure out what's out there. Not opposed to that.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Asu, welcome. How dare you
I feel
expect me
like
to corn at the child? It's true, Asu is a child.
could have some trees kind of wandering out there. You know, as they do, just wandering around. Silly trees. Let's go out for a drink. Get a sip of the water there. Bad water to drink. Don't do it, trees. Look at it. Not healthy. Alright. And I mean, we've got rocks and stuff. I'm just kind of like, I don't want to go too much detail out here because we're going to do stuff with this eventually. I'm not sure what. What we could do is carve. Could like carve it away here if we want. Could have the area. Sure, there be a recent burn down area. Merge themselves between Halloween and radioactive areas. Yeah. Granite rather than sandstone is a neat idea, actually. I like that. I did actually kind of have that concept originally with the way this was drawn. So the tree line was like dead trees kind of going to a live forest. Yeah, like changing the stone kind of textures and stuff would be a neat idea. I'd be down with that. I'm wondering, should we like carve some of this away just in case we want it to be like thick lush forest behind there or not?
Yeah, as they do.
Alright, so I could like do this. However, to keep it interesting, actually do this. keep getting mixed up between
It's really
trying to
easy.
erase by
It's just a
brushing
super
and
example.
brush by erasing.
I mean, yeah, it's super exciting to like have that said about you. Yeah. Ugh. I hate how like the way Twitter is. I mean, I am also very scared of Twitter because I got harassed really bad. But so now I just post art again. And I don't have a personality. And then as you have the personality, he speaks like a fucking sociopath. Give me the male confidence. Yeah.
And then the cool thing about how this is set up is like when I do something behind this area, it'll be like super duper easy to just like bring that field behind it in, or throw trees behind this and put that in.
Yeah. See, I will say that I did make a post about someone copying me, and
All
that
right.
was right when I did make it. So, and I did not tag or screenshot anyone.
All right. I feel like that captures a forest silhouette there. That's neat.
Yes.
Oh, I like it. All right. So now we don't need to worry so much about, oh, what's actually right immediately beside this. It could be more forest for all
Well,
we
I
know.
was at our party on
Um,
Valentine's Day.
and it's like, yeah, maybe that's a little plain to the right there.
That's
Uh, and
yep.
if
That's why I
we
said I
don't
did it
want
for
to worry about like, oh, maybe we should fill it in with stuff, we could just kind of carve a bit of that away so we don't need to be like, we gotta fill it in, right? Meh. Is this a lazy method for dealing with this? Yes. Am I okay with that? Yes.
yes.
But it is also like 6 o'clock, so my week is over. I think I'm pretty happy with what we've ended up with, to be honest.
Okay.
It's fun.
Ugh.
It's like for these trees, I even kind of want to like get this more bubbly texture going for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas like when we get into this kind of area, it starts to get these kind of evergreen points. Are these treetops? We don't even know. It might be something else completely. Yeah, different kinds of stones on the map is a great idea, actually.
a smoothie.
And it makes sense as kind of like you're traveling to different regions,
This
right?
is my first time drawing this character.
I suppose that would be a thing that happens. So, last thing. Let's just kind of like
Maybe we change the pose.
try to I'm just am I doing it right? Does this feel like a different stone?
I was watching like a YouTube art video, and they were talking about apparently like the blue
It's very purple feeling.
content creators, and it just gave me like such a bad flashback because when I got harassed by those streamers, they were saying
Rock nerds are not the most boring kind of nerds. Geology is pretty kick butt.
Oh, with you? That was it. It was just that it was a streamer with 88K followers on Twitter, quit-working me and said that I was harassing a minor over.
Alright, and then I think just kind of like leaving, like I think I'll make the beach kind of go closer to this shale color, I guess you could call it. Especially if it's like wet, it would get quite dark there. Gravel beach.
Yeah.
It's not a pleasant place to go swimming, right?
Yeah, so
But yeah,
this streamer called me a content creator,
if it's
and then another streamer got tagged in, and they also made a bunch of vague tweets
got
about me being a content creator. I'm like,
all wet from the water, it would be quite a bit darker. So I think this might kind of feel like it's shifting a little bit. What would be good? Spatter? Nah.
as he says, I'm a minor. This is
Like, I want a little bit more texture on the rock itself, but
but like still to
it's
this
not
day, I will get like
necessarily. Alright.
commenting on my stuff with like, are you the artist that harassed a minor? And I'm like, I didn't. Like I didn't post anyone's account.
I think it should go more.
They were 17 too, and they didn't have like their age on their profile. And also, because like the narrative was like,
Now, I'm worried that's probably too high contrast.
So like they ended up talking to me in DMs because I'm not a heartless monster. And one of our mutuals was like, "Oh, he's really upset," and I was like, "Okay, I'll talk to him." Okay. And I like talked to him and made sure like I was like, "You're being harassed," and let me know because like those people aren't helping out my account either. He's like, "Oh, no one's harassing me." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." As I'm like locked and being like tagged by streamers. Yeah.
So hopefully that kind of captures a feeling of
I mean,
different
so, like,
mineral
it's
deposits.
not a very original looking design is the thing. So like he's like a dark skinned guy with
Alright,
blonde hair.
let's
This
see.
is like the most overused character design trope for dark skinned characters. It's just like really simple one copy. Yeah.
Okay, now my wrist is definitely done though. Alright. do the rest of the beach
There's
the
also
same
like
rock behind the spill
roads that
too.
you don't open
Yeah,
yet.
that's true.
Is it people do?
I think
Is this
that
a
is
specific
fair.
style of chest here? I kind of
It's not a lot
don't
either. I can do
know.
that.
So yeah, yeah, yeah. And it wasn't like even like I like found this person and was like they followed me. They were following me at the time. I was like and and like they I was like maybe it's like a coincidence and then they were following me. I was like it's not a coincidence. No. Nope, 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 nope.
Did I get them all?
Yeah. Yeah, same.
Yeah. Thanks. I like to add that kind of spice of life to things, so it's always good when you give suggestions like that.
Yeah.
I think if we have this kind of gravelly beach with all these kind of nasty colors kind of like spilling around, they would kind of like get stuck between the little pebbles and get all over that. So just kind of blending that on there. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I have mine for like resources and links and all my stuff is like in the same spot, and I also have my FAQ there, so that I don't have to answer all the same questions all the time. I feel that Optia giving or trying to send me shit back in the mail that I refuse. So if you send me something, I'm not going to receive it. I have a PO box so that if that trains me like $50 if they know sometimes I'll answer.
Land next to the water should be a cliff ledge instead of flat straight into the water. Like we could start to rise this up, I think. I think that would look cool too. Where you can like see kind of this kind of rock wall. And it's like sedimentary layers or something like that going on. If I just kind of like get that started here,
Yeah.
there's just a hint of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the whole parasocial relationship thing that people get going.
Boom. Something like that. And I mean, when we work on the area more, we can definitely kind of push this further. This is just kind of like to give that idea.
It is like aggravating.
But I like the potential of kind of having these layers visible through the side. Because actually, where I'm from, where I grew up as a kid, Kingston is like a limestone kind of area. So there's like a couple of roads that are cut right through pretty big hills, and you get like some cool, just awesome cliff shearing with just like thin strips of rock. It's neat stuff. I like it. Alright, well, I should probably call it. I gotta go get dinner going, start my weekend. But thank you so much for hanging out. I'm gonna repost the Larry link just to make sure. Um, and all right. Well, let's take a quick look at this again. At the end, make sure everything looks good. Ooh yeah, I like it. I like it. So that's a pretty good portion of the map that we whipped up today. I am pretty pleased with what we managed. And
Yeah, that was really.
it's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, well. Thanks so much, everyone, for hanging out. Had a good time today. Hope you did as well. Glad you were all, joining for this, and my eye is suddenly twitching. Why is it twitching? Okay, well, I think I've arted myself out for the day anyways. My wrist is definitely letting me know that. But yeah, I might still kind of like push a little bit of the fog and stuff like that, but I've been staring at this long enough today anyways that I can't see it anymore, so. Alright, well, final save. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you all, and hope you have a good weekend. Stay safe out there, and I'll catch you next time. Alright, until then, bye!